And with that, with all the technical issues totally not solved, welcome everyone to Dicefunctional, where a bunch of friends have fun playing D&D, and we share the story with you, our wonderful audience. If this is your first time tuning in, warmest of welcomes to you. We hope you guys enjoy your time here, enjoy your time enjoying the story. Lots of enjoyment. Yeah, a little bit of technical issues on our end. If the audio sounds a little bit different, our normal program Discord just decided not to work for a little while, so we'll get that fixed up here soon. But yeah, we're gonna go anyway. A little bit of housekeeping. As always, our Twitter is up, and I'm gonna keep plugging that at Dicefunctional with an underscore. Follow that for announcements and links to things. Speaking of other things that we're doing, just an update with the podcast. After some technical and human errors, we're just going to be starting fresh with the podcast.
Mostly human errors.
Mostly human. Yeah, there was some weird stuff with the audio, but I've got some things figured out on that too. So, well, we're going to be starting fresh with that this week. And just so everyone knows, there is going to be a weekly episode of that as well. That will come out weekly after every live game that we do. So go ahead and follow us. Just subscribe to us on YouTube. It's youtube.com/dicefunctional. That's where the podcast will be going up. Maybe eventually we'll do them live, but for now, we're just going to, when we have the people available to record those, we'll record those and put those up there. Right now, the plan is for those to go live every Thursday. So if you have questions or want to hear the players' perspectives or the DM's perspective in some episodes on, how the game is going, go ahead and check it out there.
Invade the podcast whenever I can.
It's true. It happens a lot. With all of that housekeeping out of the way, let's get into tonight's episode. But before we do, let's introduce our cast. First, we have Cole playing the Firbolg Druid, and based on spell choice, probably into Shibari, it's Addix.
Not wrong.
Exactly. Next is Becca playing the feisty half-elf rogue warlock and hunter of things both alive and dead. It's Dea.
That's me.
Next is Michelle playing the tiefling wizard and fireball expert. It's Rudy.
Yeah, fireball, lightning ball, ice ball, whatever you want.
Lots of balls. Exactly. Next is Jess playing the tiefling fighter paladin and one who's dying to pull a prank already, probably. It's Mercy.
I have an ongoing prank right now. It's only been happening for a week, though.
True. Then we have Jill playing our halfling fighter bard meme lord, and when you hear her say that she's cocked, it's definitely not what you think. It's Ro.
Depending on where your mind is, it could be exactly what you think.
Probably. Next is Kate playing the high elf rogue and one who has hit the broadside of a barn, literally. It's Maury.
It's really weird seeing everyone's faces in their icons, so I'm just like, it's weird.
Yeah, that's definitely my face.
Definitely.
I'm just not okay.
Definitely me. Griffin McElroy.
Next is Jolly playing our official precious being the Asmar sorcerer and banisher of all things bad. It's Maddie.
She's not in right now.
She's not in right now, but she'll be here soon. And finally, it's me, Chase, playing the Firbolg paladin barbarian and boy who just wants a snack already because it's been a long day. It's Gale, featuring a sword that's sometimes a dog and a dog that's sometimes a sword. Got our DM ready, Connor. Go ahead and take it away.
So where we last left our group of adventurers, we had taken a bit of a trip away from our normal squad and instead had moved on to a significantly more ridiculous squad, a cluster of kobolds. And where we had left them off, they had completed their little quest. But our team had only just begun. They had succeeded in doing away with these odd plant-like monstrosities that had begun invading the town of Bellmare. And had then realized that there was still probably some more to deal with. They still don't know why some of the bodies had been dug up. They don't know why some of the bodies have been eaten. And they don't know why they were there in the first place. But that's what they're trying to figure out now. So, what are you guys going to do?
Where did we leave off last session? I forget.
You left off basically immediately after you guys had killed the plant creatures.
Yeah, we investigated the area and we started walking back to town.
Yeah, I think that's the order.
Before we leave, though, Erudite mentioned that it looked like these creatures had some kind of surgery or something performed on them. Could I take a closer look at that?
Yeah, I think that'd be a medicine check.
Medicine?
Yes.
Dope. Okay. Do I get any super bonuses with my tools to help, like, autopsy this?
Yeah, you get a +2.
Yeah, just wanted to know if I could click that button. Medicine. Ooh, 20 total.
Gotcha. 20 total. Oh god. Stop it. No. Hold on. Fuck. There we go. Better. 20 total. Inspecting the bodies of these creatures, it looks like there are various forms of surgery that have been done to them to a very widely varying degree. You see that a few have what look like almost like grafts where chunks of flesh and tissue have been, tissue have been attached onto the body again, and other spots where like new appendages have been reattached. And in some of the cases, the surgery is done in a way that looks almost like it was done on oneself.
Interesting. I will relay this information to the group.
I guess Daya's preparing to call Avaro, I'm gonna say, so she's not really focused on that.
Gotcha. Does anybody else have something they want to say about the recent discovery before she calls Avaro?
I mean, it seems like they were maybe working on each other. Not necessarily anyone outside the... especially if they were working on themselves. But I don't know.
This then seems a bit disconnected from the other stuff that's going on.
Yeah, for sure. I'm inclined to agree.
So why would you stab yourself like that, perform surgery like that? That seems a bit messed up.
I don't know.
That's something we'll probably have to keep an eye on, I think. If more people start doing this kind of thing, it might not be something that's so isolated. Because somebody had to give them the idea, right?
Hey, Connor.
Mm.
Can I tell, like, what the base creature was before all the surgery started happening?
No.
Okay.
You, with that role and really with every role that you've done to identify them so far, you would not be aware of what these are.
Okay, figured I'd ask.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye out. I think that's a good idea.
If I might ask, though, where are we headed now?
Back into town, I guess.
Well, this might sound a bit silly, but if we have no immediate pressing issues, I could really use a bath. Between yesterday and today, I'm quite covered in my own blood, and I have not been able to wash my horns properly.
You need to wash your horns.
Yes, when you were in the caves, they got covered in mud because they kept scraping against the ceiling. It itches.
Well, we can... Let's head into town and we can inquire about somewhere to take a bath.
And bathe at the inn, perhaps.
I could not fit into the inn.
We can ask.
We'll take a bucket outside. I don't know.
Mercy's just gonna passive aggressively walk over, press her hand on him, and do prestidigitation to clean off his horns.
Thank you. That helps with the horns, but I am still covered in my own blood from 2 days now.
It deals with one thing.
Attic shrugs.
Let's just head to town, though. I don't feel comfortable just standing out here, especially if we don't know what's happening, what else is going on. Leaving them, I don't like it.
Alright, well, we'll head back to town. I'll call Avro and update him on the situation because this sure as fuck is not a revenant.
Hey, I just realized that means we can't be blamed for this.
Exactly, Mercy.
Not our
Exactly.
You can always. Do you think
no.
checking back with
I
at
think
the mausoleum would help?
Unless you think there's something we missed.
Well, these things didn't. This is me just double checking that. Just double checking because brain no work more. The claw marks that we saw in the mausoleum don't match with these claws, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Well, the claws that we found here aren't the same as the ones that we saw in the mausoleum. So
Yes.
that could be connected. Plus, there was a tunnel
It's a
closed down
burrowing
that
tunnel.
was-
We're not going to get through that. I think there's
Again,
still upwards of 2 creatures that we're looking for, other than these mushroom guys.
what is going on in this town?
I don't know, and I'm kind of hoping Avro might have some ideas as well, but we'll see. Probably doesn't, because there's not a lot of information, but I'm going to call Avro.
Okay. So, God, what time is it now? It must be around
It's pretty.
early.
It's like mid-morning, I think.
We
This was the first thing we did
It's like-
today.
it's like about noonish, right about there. Okay. So, you call up Avro. You would receive a response very quickly. He'll just pick up the communication disc and go, "So what's happening?"
Boss, it's not a revenant. It's not our fault.
Not a revenant?
Not a revenant. We just killed a bunch of these, like, mushroom beasts, and there's still maybe up to 2 other creatures in this town bothering and killing people and eating corpses, leaving claw marks. So, I hope we're getting compensated for this. Because we did not leave unfinished business last time. This is new.
Alright. So what caused the revenant in the first place?
The revenant in the first place was caused by, if I remember correctly, a guy died in the lumber mill and basically came back to exact revenge on the owner. The owner is now dead. He died last time.
Are you 100% sure? I don't know very much about revenants, but I'm sure someone who knows about the undead and the religious could tell you more.
I mean, all
But-
the bodies are gone.
Yeah, we did go to the graveyard and bodies are gone. And they seem to have done 2 different reasons why they are gone.
Great. So I'm just gonna say this. Revenant are undead. Dead bodies are used for undead. Just saying.
Yeah. Obviously.
It's very possible that someone made that revenant, or I don't know, did something.
Well, this specific problem was not undead or anything like that.
Oh yeah,
So
these
there was-
mushroom creatures weren't undead.
This was something else completely.
There might still be, so the cause for the revenant, I guess, might still be around,
But there were other problems in this town.
Interesting.
At this point, our best option is to throw the whole town away.
Honestly,
Sadly-
kind of like.
Sadly, some of the townspeople have even asked about that. Some of the elders asked me when I went to question them if they should just leave.
I'll leave it to your discretion. Ultimately, I'll say I'm just gonna have to recommend that you do whatever can ensure that most people don't die.
Well, right
Whatever
now,
that
we've
turns
got,
out to be is up to you.
right now we've got them gathered in a pocket so we could watch at night. But
We've warned them not to go out alone and into the woods, but
I think our goal has been to make sure that, if at all possible, none of them die.
yeah,
We make every effort.
we're trying.
and so far only one person has died since we got here.
That's true. Only one.
And that was due to the weird mushroom creatures that we were
Yes.
not even aware of.
Good, I guess.
I don't know what's going on in this town. There's something extremely odd.
How does one find a person messing with the dead? Because
Go where the bodies are.
No.
Do we want to?
We followed a lead, but it was a dead end.
Is there? I mean, there.
Oh, that
my
was a
God.
mistake!
Jokes aren't appreciated in this time.
I
I
did!
got that. I actually got that one.
No, it
That was
was a
pretty
joke!
good.
Good one, Dale. Well,
It's been a while since I've heard you crack a good joke. You must be getting better.
It
So
was a mistake!
Anyway,
what I mean is, they have to have a source for their bodies.
Could
So
we fake a dead body? We
Don't,
could do a fake funeral and put one of us in it.
oh God.
I don't.
I don't think it works like that, Mercy. Somehow.
I mean,
this is morbid.
Why won't this
well,
dead body rise up?
we.
I mean,
Oh.
the only other option is
It's
to
not-
literally stay in the graveyard tonight.
It's not a bad idea.
Well, there's no more bodies
the
left
funeral
in there.
seems like-
Why would they go back to the graveyard?
Is
Are
the
there?
graveyard empty?
As far as we
Yeah.
know, we dug up a lot of graves. We
Okay.
can make
I gotta
some
remember.
assumptions
You-
here.
You dug up. Let me check.
We dug up all the
Yes.
recent ones and then also like a couple old ones, and we entered the mausoleum. They're all
In fairness,
gone.
it has been 2 weeks, so I'm like,
So 1, 2,
I would know more, but my
and then
notebook-
did you dig up the entire family grave as well, or no?
we went through the
Think so.
mausoleum. We dug up one of the families, and then the most recently dead, if I remember right.
Gotcha.
I think
So
we
yeah,
did two
you
of
you,
the
you,
old
you have
ones.
checked 6 graves and a mausoleum.
Yeah, that
and they
sounds
were all
right.
empty. Okay. Well, we're trying to prevent. Here's the thing. I will say, if they're going to go out and hunt again, they might go for where all the people are. So they might actually come to the town.
I think our primary objective is protecting the alive people.
Yeah.
So I
yeah.
think tonight or today we still try to deal with the town, and we maybe tell people to start packing up. But
At least temporarily.
yeah, 'cause it's not safe here, and we're only a small number of people. We can't watch everything on our own.
I don't like that we've left them alone for so long.
Well, we're headed back now, and we've dealt with one of the things trying to kill them.
About to say, I think the only thing we haven't directly seen is the new mill.
Yeah, I guess. Well, we can check on the town, rest a little, and then go to the mill and see if there's anything.
Okay, that sounds like a plan.
If we think of anything that asks the townspeople, we can do it then as well. But yeah, that's your update, Avra.
All right.
It's not just
Um,
the revenant.
Actually, the update. Good luck.
Alvaro, do you have a
Huh.
map of Bellmare?
No.
Damn it.
It's a small town. Why do you need a map?
It should be fine.
We don't
Just
need a
thinking
map.
about something.
I have a pretty good sense of direction, Morgan.
All right. Well, we'll call you if anything else happens. Bye.
All right.
She hangs up.
And you hang up whenever. Politely.
I was like, when you put it like that.
Yeah,
For the
it doesn't
first
sound
time.
right, does it?
We've hung up on him instead of him hanging up on us.
Take that.
Ooh.
I do have a few ideas, I suppose, if we are interested in exploring that tunnel beneath the mausoleum. I could, after a brief rest, I could transform into a large creature that could burrow a tunnel for us. Or I could summon some smaller creatures who could tunnel in and see what's there.
Well, I don't think anything's there right now. It's
It's a decent idea, though, just to see if we can figure out which direction they went. I prefer
like
I
second
prefer the
option.
small creatures.
Same.
yeah. I don't want you under there alone.
I
I
agree.
mean, I would be a quite large burrowing spider. I could carve a tunnel for us all to go under.
I'd
The
rather.
thing is, as we pointed out last time, when you burrow, you leave dirt behind you, and it kind of fills in.
Yeah.
Also, we've had bad.
Most, if not all, burrowing creatures dig through the dirt and they don't leave an empty, packed tunnel behind them. It's just like
We have a bad history with underground, anyways.
Oh, yes, we do. Nothics. Ugh.
I mean,
Whatever
you,
the fuck
I'll say
that
you
thing
very
was.
well could make an attempt at commanding, like trying to make the tunnel packed in yourself, but it would take longer.
I like the second option. The tiny creatures, smaller creatures. I could send my
Is-
owl in.
Is the what's it called? Is that tunnel that we found? Is that the only tunnel we found? Just double check.
So far.
It is the only one you've seen so far.
Do you think we should look around for another one?
Potentially, yes.
I think we should go back to the town first before we do anything.
I mean, yeah, we're headed there. But after the
Yeah,
town,
I'm assuming this is where we're walking.
after the town, we check on the townsfolk, see if anyone's missing, I guess, just in case.
See if anyone's died.
See
since
if
we
anyone's
left.
died since we left, and
If they have, on one hand, oh no. On the other hand, we have our inn.
We have bait.
I mean, use what you have.
yeah.
Here's the thing.
I'd rather
She's
not
not wrong.
resort to that, though.
I'd rather not, but she would not be wrong.
The problem is we did burn the one dead body we had.
Yeah, but it's full of mushrooms. We had to be safe there.
Yeah.
All right, so we head back to town.
Also, real quick question for Connor. We discovered a white pattern that, with the use of locate plants and animals and some druidcraft, we found was like the spores for the mushrooms. We still have that, right? In the case that Gail's carrying?
If I remember correctly, one of you burned it.
No.
No, we didn't burn it.
We
We
burned
burned
the
the
body, but
Body.
we kept everything else.
Okay, you still have
I
a jar
think
of the
so.
spores then.
I think we did anyway.
I will
Unless
put
Mercy
some of
burned
them in one of
Mm.
my jars to talk to later.
Mercy likes fire. I don't remember burning that.
Yeah, I don't think we burned it.
Oh,
Yeah.
criminy.
Gail has the case that was there.
Yeah, if you have the case, then I don't think we burned
still-
it because
I'm still
there's no
fucking
reason.
sick and my brain's not working. Can you guys remind me who killed who recently? Because my brain is not okay right now.
What do you
I'm
mean
a
who
little
killed
worse.
who? Like who killed the
The
Revenant?
thing that, who was just recently killed and yeah.
Do you
Oh.
gather how you want to do this?
No, he's
No.
asking which family killed who. I don't have my
Yes.
notes with me, which is because I lost
Huh.
my notebook, or else I'd help. Because I have that written down.
Give me a second.
I
I think one of them was Will.
the guy who was in the guy whose dad was in the dad whose son was in the thing came back and killed his family. That
And
Yeah,
then that
so-
family came and killed the other one.
Yeah.
But I can't remember names.
Ernie's dad was doing the digging.
Thank you.
Wilson
Yeah.
family.
So it was
Yeah,
Ernie.
Ernie Wilson.
Yeah,
And he died
right.
from
Yep.
black lung.
Thank you.
Came back.
Ernie Wilson.
No, his
killed by
dad did.
no, his dad
Brad.
died of black lung. Came back. Killed
His
Ernie's
father,
family.
Greg Wilson, killed
Killed
his
his son.
Ernie, killed his family.
And then Ernie came
Gotcha.
back.
Okay, thank you.
And killed the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's been 2 weeks. It's fine. Also, your brain is probably you're not feeling
Yeah,
great.
I'm a little ill.
I'm sorry.
I lost
Also, wait, who did Ernie kill? Please, just because I am still trying to
I believe
wake up.
Ernie was the revenant.
No,
If I'm-
who did he kill when he
Yeah.
The
came
family.
back?
the next family who died.
So that I didn't write down.
I have a feeling there may not have been one. Not yet.
Oh, he killed someone.
Yeah, because there was
There was
the
a
house
fresh
that we-
house when we came in.
Yeah, that was Ernie's house.
No.
No,
What? No.
No,
Oh,
no, it wasn't.
it was a family. It was a couple and their 2 kids. Ernie was just the couple, I believe.
Ernie was in a different grave. We
Um,
dug up a fresher grave.
yeah, there was a family of 4.
Yeah. Let's see, Wilson family. Where's it go? All dead are gone. Mirrors are bad.
Interesting note-taking skills.
That sounds like Gale.
So, what are you guys gonna do right now in the meantime while we try to remember this? Because I cannot remember.
Yeah. I think
We're
the
going back
general
to town.
consensus is going back to town.
All right. So it wouldn't take terribly long for you guys to get back to the main stretch of town. Really, within a matter of like less than 30 minutes, really, you'd be able to get back into town. As you guys show back up into town, who has the higher perception check?
Dea has the pass.
Jaya, of course. I think Morgan.
What?
I have my pass is
Like,
17. I have a +7.
I have a +8 and a 23 passive.
Gotcha.
So the 2 of us.
Yeah, so you two. You guys would note that there are no recent signs of destruction in any way, but the townspeople do appear to be cautious. It was Ernie Wilson who was killed by his father, and Eli Rose and his family died.
Rose. I thought it was Rose. Yeah. Is Discord back for you guys?
No, it's only for Jolly because Jolly's
Well, I'm.
West Coast.
West
I
Coast.
guess I'm central because I can kind of see it, but.
Yep. Is it worth this is probably a stretch, but is it worth going into is it worth checking the house again? Like see if there's a tunnel there?
We can check around, but I didn't notice anything.
Yeah.
We were pretty thorough, and then
Yeah,
we went
like,
back
we found
that way, and we
tracks.
follow. Yeah, and those tracks were what led back to
The graveyard.
the graveyard, and that's what started the whole graveyard thing. That's why
Yeah.
Wait.
So I
Dea and
don't-
Gale were calling you guys back there.
Damn it. Did we check we didn't check the footsteps of the monsters to see if that was
They
the,
didn't have feet.
They had feet, but they were very
They
visibly
were-
not the same.
Yeah.
So it sounds like there are a few different avenues that people want to go, because somebody mentioned the graveyard, somebody mentioned the house, somebody mentioned a bunch of different things. So if you want, you guys can split up and search around.
We'll probably do
Because
that,
splitting
but I
up
think,
worked so well last time.
I mean,
Well, I think
just for the day, I think.
Hold on, who was just talking or trying to talk?
I was gonna say, I think first people wanted to take a rest.
Yeah, I was gonna say we take
Okay.
a short rest in town, and then we split up for the rest of the day, and probably reconvene in town at night for
Okay, yeah,
watches.
you guys can take a short rest, no problem.
Yeah.
Like
don't-
just spend your hit die, restore what you restore normally from a short rest. Go ahead.
Okay. I think
While
so.
you guys are all doing the rolls and setting up stuff like that, an
I should
hour's
say
rest.
Day is not resting because she doesn't need to, so she's
Well, you don't
like
really have to.
alert and yeah, but
So, basically, let's go for people who aren't really going to be taking any rests. People who are going to be taking short rests, roll your hit die, do the stuff you need to. I'm not repeating myself.
Erudite will not be taking a short rest either.
Okay.
She's not. She doesn't have her higher level spell slots, but she still has a decent amount, and she's got all her hit points, so she's fine. So she's not going to take a short rest either.
Rose good.
Mercy's
I'm
Mercy's
good.
still good for the most part.
Good.
Despite
Jolly.
the fact she almost died, she's
I'm fine.
pretty much back
I
on
oh,
it.
Jolly's here.
I've been here.
She's been here. She's been
Yeah,
here.
it's hard to tell, isn't it?
Hey.
I can't look at the call, dude.
No, that wasn't a snarky comment at you. It was a snarky comment at Jolly.
Also, real quick, if you guys would like to try your discords, they are slowly coming back up
Yeah,
according to their update.
it
Mine is-
takes
mine is
a
slowed
really
down.
long time to like load in, but
Yeah.
So don't worry, mine's still down for the time. So folks who are going to be going around in the day and doing a bit of searching, you guys have about, since you're not taking a rest, you guys have like 6 hours until the sun starts to set. All right, it's still summer, so you have more time, but you have about 6 hours of searching to do.
So
What do y'all want to do?
who wants to go? Who wants to go to that? I don't have a particular place I want to go to, so
I'll
I
check
can go.
out the new lumber place.
I'll go with you.
I'll go with. Oh, all right. Then you two go there.
Was there how many people were not taking short rests? You, me.
I'm not.
Okay, so
I
then
know Cole's definitely taking a short rest, and
Yeah.
aside from that, I think everybody else is just kind of going.
Oh, I don't want to leave Cole again.
Well, I mean, he's if he stays
Yeah, but-
staying with the town isn't a bad thing.
But yeah,
Yeah.
but if
I mean, if no one else is resting, I won't actually take a rest, I guess.
I thought more,
I
I thought
actually
more
don't
people
need a rest
wanted
that
a
badly.
short rest.
Yeah. Like, I also don't need a rest that
Like
badly.
I just literally didn't take any hits or didn't, and I still have my
Yeah.
one spell slot. So
Yeah, I have most of my lower level spells, and I'm fine. So
My healing spirit healed me up, so I'm good. And I
Okay,
never
s-
V shape, so I'm good.
okay. Then
Then I
no one
guess
takes short rest.
Don't short rest.
Okay, so
Okay.
who wants to go? Okay, I think some people wanted to go to the graveyard, right?
Some people might want to stick around the town and as well and ask around because they seem a little nervous, and I don't know if it's just because we're here or if something happened.
I think I'd like to go back to the graveyard.
You want to go back to the graveyard?
Yeah.
Okay. So Morgan Graveyard. Dea, New Mill,
Mhm.
correct?
Yeah.
Jolly, where to?
New Mill.
Jolly New Mill.
Rowan
Uh,
Mercy will take the town.
Rowan Mercy Town. Gotcha. Addicts where?
But I don't really know where. I'll go with whoever wants me.
Okay.
might wanna-
Unknown for the time being. What's your name? Fuck, Jace, what's your character's name? My brain isn't working.
Dale.
Dale,
Oh
thank
my
you.
No,
god.
you're good. I was waiting for everyone to be done.
The hamster that's running in the wheel of my brain right now isn't working right.
Gail's running in the wheel with you. Speaking of running in the wheel, Gail's gonna go. So, remind me, why are we going to the graveyard again?
They're wondering if you missed anything.
It might be useful for addicts to go there then, so he can go ahead and dig if he has the spell for it.
That's true.
Yeah.
You could do your
Someone
summon
needs to
and
go
start
with Morgan
having fun.
anyway.
Okay. If digging is gonna happen, Gail will go graveyard just primarily just to provide backup in case something attacks.
All right, Morgan Gale,
Okay.
Graveyard.
Fuck, what are we gonna do at the graveyard?
So that's 3 and 3 for the mill and graveyard, and 2 of us in the town.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, sounds good. So let's go with the townsfolk. Ro and Mercy. You guys are staying behind with the townsfolk. You see that the town itself has begun to gain a bit of a hush to it.
Oh, it's back.
What's that?
Discord.
Connor,
it
check
is?
Discord.
Good
My
for you.
Discord.
Oh, it's
Minus
back.
2.
It's
Minus
back.
2. Should we
Okay, I think
switch?
you can switch over, man.
It
I think
hasn't.
we're good.
The
We can
server
keep it
status.
up.
Wait, the server status hasn't updated.
Mine's
That's
back.
because they said they're rolling it in slowly.
As if not overload the system by just being like, come back.
Oh, I
'cause
see it now. We've opened the flame. I'm
Alright.
still loading in because
I'm
I
saying-
restarted it to see if it was
I want to
back, and I'm.
say, yeah,
That's
stay
fair.
in the call
So we'll stay here for the next until
15.
about
Until
next
everyone
10,
can get
15
into it.
minutes.
Yeah, okay.
So, folks in town, a hush has come over the entirety of the town. It doesn't seem like a reaction from, say, surprise, but more so one from fear, anxiety. You two have the feeling that they aren't sure of what's happening, and because of that, everyone is starting to get very worried.
Hey, Connor,
Yes.
can I look around and see if I can find somebody who looks like the most nervous?
Yeah, I'll allow you to do so.
show me the weasel.
Instead of perception and investigation.
Why do you
It
use this
would be more like a sense mode.
That's
Insight.
Oh, this is gonna be great, y'all. A whole 7.
A whole
I have no luck left, by the way, so this
Ro.
will be fine.
Me.
Are you looking for someone who's nervous as well?
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll let you roll your own, but you know why.
Don't let the curse.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Honestly, to you guys, they all look pretty nervous. It's hard to pin one down as more nervous than the rest.
Oh, you want to pick a random person?
Spin me around and I'll point at one.
All right.
Jesus.
Cover your eyes.
Ro covers her eyes fully and sticks one arm out with her finger pointed forward.
And Mercy just spins her around once or twice.
And when she stops, she opens them and goes, that
Yeah,
one.
you find yourself pointing at a very shabby looking homesteader.
All right. Let's do this. What are we doing?
We're gonna go talk to them and gauge the feeling of the town.
Oh, gross. All right.
Yeah, you're gonna have to be nice.
Oh, gross. You're such a great hero.
Hey, Rose's not a fucking hero. She's a bitch. Okay.
Fair.
Excuse me, sir?
Ish.
Uh,
Ish.
do you have a few moments to talk?
Yes, I have a few minutes.
Well, just out of curiosity, everyone seems a bit spooked for, I think, good reasons. How are you guys holding up?
I'm alright. Everything's it's a bit off. You know.
You guys are here more than we are. Is it just in general from the stuff that we've been doing, or does it feel off in other ways?
It feels off. The entirety of it. It all feels very off.
I would ask if you'd seen anything weird, but I really don't think that would be beneficial to the situation right now.
To be honest, I haven't seen much else than anybody else.
Fair.
I didn't see the thing that attacked Rose and his family. I didn't see anything else. Don't know.
Do you know if the sawmill workers went to work today?
Yeah, they went to work. They gotta go to work. Otherwise, the town will dry up and die. Gotta make some money.
Are they the only people that leave the town during the day? Or are there others?
More or less. A few folk will try to make the trek to Sustain and, trade various goods. Stuff like that. Really, aside from people going out. We don't see many people coming in. A few stragglers that come in looking for a bit of odd work. Traders, stuff like that. But we all tend to remember the weirdos, and we haven't seen many.
I mean, I think we're the only weirdos here right now.
Yeah, pretty much. I was gonna be like, well, you've seen at least a few of us.
Yeah.
So, you folk were the talk of the town for quite a while after the whole situation at the last mill.
I almost watched everyone I knew die. That was really fun.
Well,
Sorry. Put that filter right back on there. You do the talking.
so
But-
do you know anyone who could tell us more about essentially anything that's happening with the comings and goings? Do you know where any of the mill workers' families are right now?
Most of the mill workers' families are likely at home, or they don't have family. Green's, green.
Drunkard.
I think Burke's got a kid. Don't know about her hubby, but I know she got a kid. Who else? There's another. Fuck. Can't remember his name. Oh well. Really, if they're going to be anywhere, they'll be at their home. Green doesn't have family, it's just him. Burke, kid's definitely at home. As for people who know other goings on, I mean, I don't really know. You could ask some of the folk who we occasionally have one or two people go out and keep watch at night, but it's not really a guard. It's a night watch.
Before this goes any further, how old is this kid? Should we, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much should we censor what we're saying?
On a scale of 1 to 10, how old is this kid?
Yeah. Kid's a young'un. I don't think he's even seen like 8 years.
Oh, so he's like your height.
Oh, I'll kill you.
All right. Oh, that's a bit rude.
I don't know how tall kids are.
Well, I wasn't talking about the kid. I was talking about her. That's a bit rude to her.
Well, I think we're done here.
But I mean, I can't think of much else. Good luck.
Yeah, keep close to town.
Yeah.
And then we're just gonna
Tell
step
me.
away from him like,
Oh, no, I got one more question for you.
what?
Should we leave? Should I leave? Me and my wife, we don't have any kids, not around here. Should we just leave?
You're the second person to ask me that. In
I'm going
particular,
up.
keep your bags packed. We may evacuate in the next few days if needed. Just be ready to move if necessary.
Right.
We'll make sure the whole town knows when we make that decision if we have
Right.
to.
Right. Thank you. And
We're trying.
The homesteader will kind of turn to laugh.
Mus is gonna look around and go, should we go investigate with the kid?
Oh, God.
Should we ask kids questions?
I don't... 8? Do they even know anything?
I mean,
What does an 8-year-old sound like?
I mean, an 8-year-old doesn't have a
Right.
filter. Oh, I missed that.
That sounded... Weirdly enough, that sounded like a parrot.
Are you my mom?
Kids, parrots, same thing. Just one's less annoying, and it's parrots.
Honestly, they just have a very high pitch and limited vocabulary, and
parrots
everything
bite
is
less.
exciting.
Oh no.
Gracious.
Should we go interrogate a kid?
Yeah, but if you let me...
Thoughts are.
If you let me talk to this kid, I am going to scar them, probably.
You're usually good with kids.
Let's go talk to this fucking kid, I guess.
I think maybe you should censor your language.
Fuck you.
Alright.
No,
Tell me where
no.
the bombs are.
I think we're gonna go interrogate the kid.
You're gonna go interrogate your child. All right. Well, you guys
before
go
you
off to interrogate a child. Let's slip over to Discord.
Yeah, I was saying we might want to
Fuck yeah.
transfer it over to Discord right now.
Fuck Skype. Jolly. Oh fuck. Jolly,
Me.
Dea, and Rudy are going to the sawmill. Heading over to the sawmill, you guys would begin to hear off in the distance the sound of work, the grinding of gears and cogs and clicking as the rudimentary machinery begins to saw through these large hunks of wood and break them into baser components.
What was that? No, I thought I heard something ring.
That's the music.
Okay.
Um,
I forgot
you
the
see
music.
that the skeleton crew, because really that's what it's become by this point, is there.
Okay.
You see Morgan Murphy. You see Burke. I think it's Eli. Let me double check her first name. Rhea Burke, and you see Sunny, all there. It's a small crew right now, but they are still there trying to do some work. What would you like to do?
Do we want to speak with them?
Why not?
We might want to see if we can check around first, because aren't we? I mean, I don't know what we're asking them.
Oh yeah,
That we haven't asked them already.
Well, we should at least ask permission to like look around.
I would
don't.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't think they'd appreciate us just coming in and start like poking around and trying to find things.
Exactly. We have to ask first before we start looking.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. We'll ask.
Who looks like they're in charge?
Okay, so I'm going to say by this point you are heading towards
Right.
up towards the mill. You see that right now it looks like Morgan is currently still working on the mill itself, but like Green and Burke have kind of stepped off to the side and kind of like talking between each other, and Green looks just a touch worried.
Oh.
We're gonna go up there. Gonna approach Green and the other person. Hello there.
Are you there? Hi.
Would you mind if we looked around the mill a little bit?
Ray will speak up and go, "No, I don't mind at all. Go right ahead. Not much
Guys
to be
seem a
seen.
little-
It's a bit quiet."
You guys seem a little nervous.
Rhea will kind of look over at Green for a second. Then she'll look back at you and go, "Green here says he saw something."
Oh.
Oh. Green, what did you see?
I was at home before the curfew you guys put out, and I could have sworn I saw Ernie.
A what?
Saw what?
Ernie, I saw him.
Ernie.
Ernie?
When did you
You
see
saw
him?
this near your home?
No, out near the woods, a little ways away. I saw him. He was there, and there was.
Just tell us everything you saw.
Mm-hmm.
There were 4 behind him, and I swear one of them looked a bit like Rose's wife.
Did they look different at all to you? Did he look? Was there anything odd about him?
Other than the fact that he's supposed to be dead.
Yeah, I mean, yes. obviously.
I'll have, as you're asking him this question, like Green is starting to look like very freaked out.
Mm-hmm.
So he's like kind of like tapping his fingers and like wringing his hands slightly. So I'm just gonna have you please roll me a just a persuasion check with advantage because Day is assisting you.
Okay, I'm so
Uh,
kidding.
You're it's more so you're trying to talk him down because
Down,
like
yeah.
he's gonna freak out a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, oh, nice.
Oh, a natural 20.
Oh my god, I never roll good on those.
Green will, sorry, Danny. Oh, so Sonny, not Danny. Sonny, my mistake. Ugh. I was thinking of a coworker. Sonny will like take a deep breath. He'll let it out. And I'll go. Arnie looked wrong. He looked.
wrong.
There was something off about him. I don't know what, but he didn't look right.
And you said he was in the woods?
Yes.
I have 2 more questions. 1, do you know which direction he was headed with the group? And 2, can you show me exactly where you saw them? Or at least tell us exactly where. You don't have to go out there, but if you can give us good directions, we can check it out ourselves. I can maybe find his tracks or something.
Best I can give you is that it was heading off in the direction near the graveyard, but he wasn't leaving. He was staring.
At you?
Aha.
Yes.
Okay.
He was staring, and I saw him out of the window, so I closed the blinds and I backed up and I waited. You guys knocked on the door, and you guys let me out, and he wasn't there.
Huh.
Right. So, okay. Definitely don't go anywhere alone. you, we might want to.
What do you mean, don't go anywhere alone?
I think
it's fine. We'll figure this out. I just I
don't.
I mean, no one. We've set the rule like no one should be going anywhere alone right now. Just because we're trying to keep an eye on everything, but we're only 8 people.
I don't know if they should be. I hate to say this, but I don't know if they should be here.
I was just about to suggest maybe we shut down the mill for the day. We're hoping to wrap this up quickly, but
Yeah.
Maybe take a short day.
I know you're trying to keep the town together, but you can't keep the town together if this thing comes, whatever it is.
Well, we have people all over the place right now, so I'm sure nothing's gonna happen today.
But I think if it's
We're keeping an eye on it.
I think it's best if maybe. I hate to say this because I know you guys rely on this for the town, but perhaps you shut down for the day and hopefully we can get this taken care of today.
Sonny will kind of look over at Rhea. All right, we'll wrap it up and we'll get this stuff covered up and get back to town.
I think we should stay here until they do that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, we'll look around as well. We'll be around, just checking out the area while you guys wrap up, and then we'll escort you back to town. And I'm also going to call our friends who went to the graveyard.
Okay.
And tell them what we learned. Just so that if they want to look for tracks or if they want to wait for me and not step over anything, I don't know. But we'll be joining them later.
All right. Morgan, you, Gale, and Addix are all heading over towards the graveyard. Oh, back to the map. There we go.
Ain't this great?
Goodbye, dead body. Poof.
We're back.
No, you're not.
Surprise.
Get over here.
So,
kidding.
okay. Of the graves, like, these two, these three, and this one haven't been disturbed, right?
These are also gravestones.
Yes, but
Those
like
are gravestones.
I noticed that they are also gravestones. But I was like, these are the most apparent right now.
Sure, they look more like cairns, like little like clusters of rocks and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the word? Is cairn the word?
I
Let me check.
don't think a cairn would be the right word, but it's close enough.
Whatever.
It sounds right.
I don't care. But those ones you haven't taken a look at. The ones you observed were the ones over here, the one here, and the 4 over here.
All right. Has anything changed since we left? Because it's been about a day.
You can roll a perception check if you're looking for just a general look over and investigation for a really fine-toothed comb search. It's up to you, really.
I already rolled. That's a 10. I don't know anything.
With a 10, largely everything looks to be mostly the same from last time.
Could I approach the graves and roll an investigation check for them directly? Would that be allowed?
For the graves?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do so. For the sake of expedience, I'll just say just roll 1 because there's no sense in you doing 6 investigation check rolls.
Yeah. Yes.
All of these graves, all of these graves, which you guys have looked over, basically the ones over here and here,
Yeah.
were accessed from the top in.
Like someone broke into them.
Someone broke into the grave. These ones look like someone broke into the grave. And then this one over here was accessed from both the top and the bottom.
So like 2 people were working from both sides to get it out.
It looks like one came in from the top and then someone went in from the bottom. You don't know when the timing was on that, but you know that someone definitely dug from down up into the grave, and then someone dug up the grave and went in from the top down.
This is gonna sound very stupid, and also like these are empty, right?
Yes.
I'm not desecrating anything. Good.
No.
Is there any way I could try and take a casket out and check if like there's anything underneath? Like maybe whatever tunnel into the mausoleum was tunneling underneath to get into the graves.
Well, the natural 20, the only one that looks like it was tunneled into would be the one over here. And you could definitely do that. You could just get Gale or Addix to lift it up for you because they're both treated like large-sized creatures when they lift things, which means they're strong.
Big boys.
To be fair, until I take a long rest, I am down 1 point of strength.
Oh, right.
Morgan's gonna point at the grave and point at that grave and see if there's anything underneath. Gail, could you help me try and lift this?
I'd already looked in that one. I didn't find anything the last time.
Yeah, but maybe there's something underneath it. This is a tunneling creature with thinking about.
All right.
Sorry.
As we're going over there, Gail's gonna essentially do a full 360 very slowly and just look around just to see if anybody's like watching, if there's anything that's kind of moving in the general area, because the graveyard was empty the last time as well.
I was gonna have to do the same thing, to be honest.
Okay. Perception check if you guys are going to just be like doing the good old spin around and look.
That's a 12
Nope.
for Gale.
That's a natural one. Let me see.
And Connor, is this just like a part of the map, or is this significant? This this little like splotch of brown next to the mausoleum.
That's a. Oh no, I think that was supposed to be a tree, but it might have been covered up.
Okay.
Yeah, it's. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. If it's something serious, I'll point it out and be like, oh yeah, this is this. No, that's just a. It's just a thing. So Gale, you wouldn't note anybody looking around at you. Addicts, you would note your eyes catch what looks almost like a glint of something over here by the stone wall.
Like something shiny.
Yeah, like a glint.
I shall walk over and investigate a little bit closer, I suppose.
It'll be over here.
Okay.
All right. So, while you go and look at that object, Gale, you're going to lift up the casket and see what's underneath it?
Yep.
Okay. Lifting up the casket. Morgan, I'm going to allow your natural 20 to roll over because it works. Very clearly, this was dug up from the inside, and it looks very much like the same
Kind of tunnel.
digging marks that were inside the mausoleum. Yeah.
All right. Is there any? Okay, so that was like. Okay, trying to think. Can I read the name on the grave?
Yes, I believe that one. Oh gosh, this is the Rose family. That should be Ernie and Greg Wilson, and then this one over here should be the last guy in his family who are dead. So I believe that's going to be either Greg or Ernie, one of them.
Okay, and Gregor Ernie, and who was in the mausoleum?
That was the mill, the previous mill owner. That was oh god, what was it? Fuck. Let's see. It was. Oh God, what was it? I can't remember his name.
Fuck, someone check the tapes.
Merrills.
Fiasco, it's fine.
Merrills.
The
Last name Merrills. This is the Merrills. That was the Merrills mausoleum. And just to remind you, this would be Oscar. He was the fellow who was killed by Merrills.
Okay, so Merrills. Okay, and the Merrills. Did the Merrills come back from the dead? Sorry, I'm trying to keep everything straight.
Not to your knowledge, no.
Okay, okay, is there? Could I think of anything that would connect Ernie? Is the one who had the hole in the casket, right? From what you just said.
Mhm.
Ernie and the Merrills.
Mm-hmm.
Could I think of a connection? Like, would there be something I could?
They're not to your knowledge. You could,
Okay.
and also I'm not really going to allow you just to roll for that.
Okay.
Addicts, would you be so kind as to please make me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh Christ!
As you
I'm
dig
so good
around
at
the
that.
wall towards the glinting object you saw.
Oh!
And see something.
Another natural one.
Jesus Christ, Cole! What the fuck?
Listen, apparently I'm on a mission to kill my new character.
Fucking apparently.
Do I notice him leaving?
Well, I know exactly what's going to happen. Addicts. You are officially frightened for 1 minute, and you begin babbling madly.
Cool.
Do I notice
I do
this?
so.
Oh yes, you guys would both hear as Addicts begins drops up and begins to back away from something he just saw, just kind of like making no sense. Just sorry, I do just.
I'm gonna
babbling.
run over. Alex, is everything? What's going on?
I'm gonna move slowly that direction.
Do I see the shiny thing?
No.
Can I?
Is
Okay.
he just like staring at the wall?
At the like rock wall that was there.
At
Yes,
the rock
he's
wall.
staring there.
Okay.
Can I make an investigation?
Go wild.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, where's investigation? Could be worse.
You begin digging around near the wall where he was. You see that he definitely was like kneeling in the ground and like lifting up rocks and looking at something. You don't notice anything.
Pop divine sense.
Okay, popping a divine sense. Let me see.
I pull on my after I finish checking to see. I pull on my detect magic goggles.
Okay. Detect magic. You would not know anything with detect magic. And Gail, can you roll me a perception check? Just because there's a way that you describe your divine sense as like sniffing. So let's
Yeah,
kind of
so
play
it'd be
with that a
like
bit.
odor,
Yeah,
if
I like the idea of
almost
this.
ring
So,
in the ears if it's heavenly. Okay, so
Yeah.
perception check.
yeah.
Oh, that's 11.
You would not note any presence that you can like pick out, but there is an odd rotten stench that you do notice
Undead?
somewhere. Yes, you're not able to really pick it out though. It's somewhere here.
So within 60 feet. Because there is a 60-foot range on it.
Yes, it is a 60-foot
Yeah.
radius.
Yeah, 60-foot
Yeah,
radius.
60-foot radius. Yeah. You notice a scent.
Gal?
We got something. Undead. Adex? Gail's going to go over and check Adex. Is he starting to calm down now, or?
I'd say since you guys have started looking around for the object and you began kind of like looking for something, I'd say he's starting to kind of calm down a little bit. Adex, you are going out of the frightened condition. And I am going
Alex?
to just take note of this.
Alex, what did you see?
Well, firstly, am I coherent or?
You are coherent.
Once I see him calm down, I'd ask. What did you just see?
I don't know. I thought I saw something shining, and the next thing I knew was fear, and my mind wasn't my own.
Morgan's gonna look over the wall. Like, how tall is that wall over here?
It's like you know how like older houses had like those rock wall embankments, stuff like that.
Yes.
It's kind of like one of those. It's like
So it's knee
five-
height.
5'6". Yeah. It's like knee height. Like some of
Okay.
the taller ones can be pretty big, but it's just like a fence, basically.
Yeah.
Made
I
of
have those.
rocks.
Can I look over that into the trees, see if I see anything?
You're talking about these or whoop?
I'm talking about
Just like the trees in the distance.
yes, over in that direction.
Yeah, okay. You can just roll me a perception check.
Yes.
God damn.
What are you rolling like
You're-
today?
I don't know.
What the fuck
Katie-
is happening
giving
between you
you
and
all
Cole?
of my luck.
natural 20s
I am
and
giving
Cole's
her all of my luck.
Apparently-
God is giving me God's giving me a break after this week.
Apparently, you're just fucking sapping the luck away from Cole. Poor Cole.
Sorry.
Do
Do I get
with a natural
whispers?
20, you would not note anything. Actually, hold on. I'll message it to you.
Oh.
Gail, you and Adex keep talking.
Mm-hmm. All right, so look, just take a minute. There's something that's undead that's close. I smelled it. So just take a minute. You're fine. Do you mind helping me look around, see if you see anything else?
Sure. Do you want me to look around as myself or potentially an animal? I could go as a bird to look higher or as a dingo to maybe sniff out this creature.
Well, I smelled it. I haven't seen anything yet. If you don't mind, if you're easily able to get up high and check, it might not be a bad idea.
By the way, I think by this point, Morgan.
Is it Just double check. Is it
Oh yeah, just go ahead. Ping.
these?
Yes.
These? Okay.
Morgan, by about this point, Dea, were you calling Morgan or?
I think she would call Gale.
Okay, by about this point, then Gale, you get a call from Dea.
Morgan pulls her bow out and she doesn't draw it back, but she does lay an arrow on the string.
Okay. Gale, your communication disc is pinging.
Oh,
Ding.
shit.
Ding.
Hello.
Hey,
Gail, keep it down, please. I think I noticed something.
I'm keeping it down. Don't worry. Sorry, Dad. What's up?
okay. Well, Sonny over here said he saw something at the graveyard. He saw, I think it was it Eddie? Rose? Ernie. He saw an undead Ernie with a couple different other people at the graveyard just looking at him. So there might be something up there. We're going to let them shut down the mill for the day and escort them back to town, but we're gonna head up there after that.
All right. Well, we have a bit of an update as well. Adex saw something. It wasn't right. He was genuinely frightened. I just picked up something undead. I smelled it. There's something close. We can't see
That
anything.
coincides with our story.
Morgan,
Ask him real quick. Can you ask him which direction in the woods? Was it north, south, east, or west that he saw them? Just so we can try and nail this down because something's close.
They double checks with Green. Like, hey, do you remember which direction, like north of the graveyard? What is it?
Oh. This is more Connor eyeing because I don't really know. I'll just say this out of character. It will not be relevant for.
Okay, he
that.
doesn't remember.
Yeah,
All right.
Sorry guys.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
We're just looking for something. All right. If you could do that, then all right. There's definitely something here.
Move your token.
Okay. Do not engage if possible. Protect yourselves. We'll be a little while, so just maybe call. I'll call Mercy
Yeah, if you could call
and
them.
get them to go up to you so that you don't have to call.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and stay off the we're gonna try and stay off the comm discs, so that way we're not letting them know our position. We're gonna try and find him though. Right, if you can.
Stay safe. Keep your distance.
Will do.
She hangs up
guys,
and calls Mercy.
there's something under the bushes. I'm gonna point out what I saw under the bushes to them.
Gotcha.
All right.
With Morgan pointing it out to you with that lovely natural 20. Seriously, I expected you guys to have to do like a full like search of the graveyard to try and find this. There's a hole.
How
The
big is
fuck?
it?
About 5-6 feet, big enough for a medium-sized creature to crawl into.
Gail, remember last night when you had me when you tied a rope around my wrist to make sure I wasn't gonna go anywhere?
Yeah, I remember that.
I think we should do it again. I give him my rope as well because I don't know if you can fit in here. I don't want to risk you getting stuck. And something's down there, I think.
Yes.
Shut up,
Alex.
Connor!
Alex, do you were talking about exploring the holes before. Do you have a way to go down?
He is currently a giant vulture.
Okay.
But if they're calling to me, I will land, I guess, and drop for him.
Just.
But real quick, did I see anything while I was up there?
While you were up there, you definitely saw what they were doing down there.
Anything else?
No.
Cool. Then
Also, sorry, I just hit my mic stand again. How was that noise you just heard?
Yeah, I can. I didn't rest, so I can't burrow myself, but I can create things that do and send them down.
Okay.
Would you like me to do that?
I'd like
I
to.
would-
Should we wait?
I'd like that better than you just going down the Murray at first. If there isn't anything that apparent, or if we need more information, then we can do that.
I don't like going. You're not wrong, but I just want to make sure that there's nothing down there. I mean, can your burrowing things tell us what's down there? If they come back? Shit.
I did not personally bring the ability to speak with animals today, but I think Gale might be able to.
I can do that, yeah.
Alright.
That, and if they were to be killed, I would sense it.
You would be able to sense that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let me start preparing my thing, so that way I can be ready. I don't want to waste any of my spell ability.
Gosh, a couple of characters dying. You guys get so safe. Ugh.
So, Mari, keep an eye out around.
Yeah,
Let
Connor.
me get prepared.
I really wanted to go down there because it's like you know how in movies where they always send like a robot with the camera down.
Yeah.
That's what
Morgan
I
is
want
not
to
a
do.
robot with a
But that's what the summoning animals are. That's what
What?
the animals are for. That's what the.
Okay. But I want the info.
Don't go down alone! Oh my god!
I
I'm just gonna
will
have a
say.
rope tied to me.
Oh my god.
Fine.
I love it.
I will say, I have gone like 2 for 2 for like the last couple sessions of dying or being really close to dying, so I would not recommend going down there by yourself. Like again, last session failed 2 death saves.
Yeah.
Other fight got to 4 hit points. So
Yeah.
We out
okay.
here.
So Addix is doing
Morgan-
his thing. Gale is ritually casting Speak with Animals.
Morgan's standing
waiting
at
for him to do that first.
Morgan's standing
what's-
at the entrance just in case.
Gotcha. So you're gonna cast. What is it? Cole.
Me?
The
I'm
spell.
going to cast Conjure Animals and summon 8 Fennec Foxes because they have dark vision and a burrowing.
Just a small fleet of foxes just charging
okay,
into
listen.
this tunnel.
They have dark vision. They have a burrowing speed of 10. They have tremor sense up to 30 feet.
Okay. You send down your small cluster of foxes, and they
Can
go.
you- Oh,
Also,
Oh no! First off, you summon your small cluster of foxes, and about 8 tiny little foxes with giant ears pop up. And they all go scuttling off towards the tunnel at your command.
wait. Going to do one more thing.
Okay.
Since I can do this, I will use the last B shape I have and use Wild Companion to send in some creature to go down there with them so I can personally see as well.
You can just do another Fennec Fox.
Sure.
I mean, you know, if
that's
it ain't
considered
broke,
fine
don't
familiar.
fix it.
I mean, if it works for Find Familiar.
Yeah, exactly. Fox is a fox.
Sure, I summon another. So there are 9 foxes.
Yeah.
And I will send them all down, and I'll take the eyes of the one dead.
Okay. So yours is going in last with this small cluster of foxes that they crawl into the tunnel. It doesn't go down very deep, only about 50 or so feet, but more than close enough for Divine Sense to pick up something. And inside, you see what can best be described as a burrow. Well hewn and carved out walls for something of a little shorter than Gale's height would be residing. Say about 6'9", somewhere around there. And you see that the Fennec Foxes all kind of stop up ahead. And your familiar starts to kind of push a little further towards the crowd. And inside you find bones. Humanoid bones. Rib cages, heads, cracked open, pulled apart, and gnawed on. In one of the distant corners of this chamber, you see what looks like a bedroll and a pile of blankets. But sitting near them in a small rough-hewn, almost like a junk table, is what looks to be a humanoid creature. About, 6'9" ish. With this odd kind of grayish, greenish, like rubbery looking skin and these large, almost like tunneling claws on him. You see it's wearing what looked like very torn up pants towards the very lower sections of it, so it only goes up to about like calf height. And you see that it is muscular in a almost hideous manner. But the most distressing part of this is its head, which is almost dog-like or hyena-like when you look at it. It has a large, pronounced snout with these teeth that are exposed and visible. It kind of just looks around and sniffs, keeps chewing out the bone it has in its hands. And then it looks down over at the foxes and turns its head and goes, hello, little ones.
Oh no.
What are you doing here?
Oh no. Oh no.
Go.
Could we?
Shoo. And he'll kind of like make like a little shooing motion towards the foxes. And since the 8 you sent down saw what they needed to, that there's something down there, they're going to come back up.
Okay.
What about your familiar?
Think it will hold its ground and just watch. Do I recognize what this creature is?
Boy, you can. What the fuck can I make you roll for this?
History?
Not even.
Nature?
I'll just say just roll me intelligence with disadvantage. Actually, no, technically wisdom. Roll wisdom with disadvantage.
Oh, I'm really wise.
Jesus, stage diving.
No, that's still 1.
What the fuck is this shit?
Should I just pass my crown over to you?
Maybe?
I
today,
feel like
at
I've had it for a while.
What the fuck? You haven't the slightest clue what the hell this thing is. But you see it begins to walk closer towards your familiar, just kind of looking down at it. It's taking these kind of like ginger steps as it's these large digitrade? Is that the word?
Digigrade?
Digitrade.
On its toes.
It's on its toes. It walks on these toes with these 3 large tunneling claws to it. It looks kind of gingerly walks towards the fox. Kind of like
going to
looks
cock its
down at
head
it.
and be adorable as possible.
Oh my god.
And it grabs like a nearby bone from one of the bodies it scavenged, and it kind of like puts it out towards the fox and goes, "Here you go. Go, shoo. This is not your home. Go."
Going to command the familiar to take the bone in its mouth, scurry, and yeah, I'll just have it come back.
All right. As the fox begins to scurry out, you see the creature just begins to kind of walk back to its little home. Keeps munching on the humanoid femur it's been eating this entire time.
Hate that.
Man, I hope I don't have to roll a death save, because with my luck, it's gonna get spicy.
Item number 2. Boss number 2.
Okay. I will return to my addict's self and be like, I think it might be wise that you did not go down there. I think I found what's eating the corpses.
What is it?
I'm not sure. I've never seen anything like it before. But It wasn't inherently hostile. It noticed my foxes and just shooed them away. Even gave my familiar back this bone, and I will take it from my familiar and take a closer look at it.
It looks to be what's the word? Oh God, human biology, don't fail me now. Fuck, what's the proper name for a shoulder blade?
Scapula?
Scapula?
Scapula. Thank you.
It was this strange humanoid-esque creature with like a dog-like head. I think it knew that the animals meant no harm, but I'm not entirely certain it would have been as kind to someone else.
Based on that, it's a very poor.
It also spoke.
Could I just roll a knowledge history check, see if like I heard of anything like that in like a legend or anything?
Knowledge history. Yeah, you can go roll knowledge history, I suppose.
Okay.
Matching that description. Oh gosh. No. You've heard scary stories.
Would there be a name to attach to this thing from those stories?
Things that eat dead bodies? Yeah, ghouls. They eat corpses, but they never look like that.
It's a ghoul werewolf.
You.
Seeing as I have I speak with animals up, do the foxes seem to know anything?
Yeah.
Like in addition to what addicts provided us with, or is it just what they noticed?
What will you ask the foxes?
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
No.
Okay. Did it smell as bad as it looked?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Do you guys want anything to eat?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. Yep.
Okay. Gail's gonna get out some essentially just like dried meat that he's had just in one of his pouches and just hand him a little bit of meat. I don't think they got anything else. Whatever this thing is, I don't think it's natural.
Yeah, you said you sensed it was an undead thing. That was the only living thing that I sensed within the thing, right? Or moving thing. I do have tremor sense after.
Only thing. Well, I mean, aside from like bugs, but yeah, that was largely it.
Okay. So I would assume that is whatever undead thing.
Should we
Alright.
wait for the others?
Well,
Yeah, we have to. We're not diving down there one at a time, or just the three of us. Well, we're gonna have to go down there one at a time.
How far, actually, do you know how far did this go? Because you might have mentioned it just slipped.
I was like 50-ish feet.
50-ish. In which direction?
More or less diagonally.
Like
Downward.
towards the mausoleum? Okay.
Alright.
So we just wait.
Addicts, did you notice any other entrances down to that, or was this the only one?
did I?
You did not.
I did not.
Okay. So, I have a plan. Especially if this thing's good at digging. There's a chance that it's probably used to all of it. Mari, do you mind going off a bit in a direction and calling the rest of the group to let them know that we found something?
Morgan's gonna climb that tree. Morgan's gonna nod and then climb that tree.
Okay.
That was kind of what I was thinking. Addicts, I Do you mind helping me watch the entrance here?
Alex will nod.
All right. We should
Morgan's-
probably climb a tree, get up in a tree or around on top of the wall or something like that.
Morgan's
I'm worried if
keeping-
this thing's used to digging, it might be able to feel if somebody's on the ground.
It's entirely possible. I can have some of my foxes. I still have them for a while longer. They can sense things when they move in the earth. They could start yapping if they sense it moving.
Just one or two yaps, nothing that's alerted, but yeah, maybe have them walk around just in the general area.
I will have the fox squad fan out and cover like a decent area with their tremor sense. And I will command them all to yap if they sense the thing.
Okay. Morgan,
Making
you're going to
loud.
contact the other team members.
Yes. During this time, she's going to keep her eyes on the hollow as best she as
Gil's
well
gonna
as she
climb
can.
that tree if it's big enough to support him.
Guys, can you hear me?
You guys are being spoken to, Dea,
Dea.
and I'm assuming Morgan or Mercy or Ro, one of you two.
Is it a group call?
There's no group calls.
Oh,
I
you're
thought.
right. You have
I was
to.
waiting
Yes, you have to call one or the other.
Yeah.
I'm gonna call.
You may only call one.
Dea.
Okay.
Because they were the ones who gave us the information. Dea,
Hmm?
found something. There's
What is it?
So first we found a hollow under some of the bushes by the graveyard. Alex sent in some fox things he summoned, and they found some giant, muscly green monster with a dog's head eating the bones. I'm pretty sure this is what we're gonna do. This is what's been attacking everything.
Not everything.
Well,
Do you know
You
what
think
I
everything?
mean?
That sounds like the thing that's killing not killing,
yes.
that's eating the bones.
Yes,
It's not.
thank you,
It doesn't sound
Paradise.
like something that raises the dead, but it does sound like something that breaks into a mausoleum and steals all the bones.
I mean, that sounds like the actual
That's
least
the thing.
harmful thing, to be
Gail,
quite honest.
that's the thing. Gail noticed that it sounds that
Quote,
it's
unquote.
undead.
Hmm.
Okay. Well, from that description, Rudy, have you ever heard of something like this? You've read a lot.
Would I have read anything like this?
No.
Mm,
You can make a roll
okay.
for it if you really want to.
I mean, yeah, sure, I'll roll for it. What would I roll for it?
The wisdom.
I hate
That's
that.
even worse. Oh God!
I hate that.
What the fuck?
What would I roll? What did he say? He muted himself before he answered that.
Wisdom disadvantage,
Wisdom.
just like the others. By the description, you don't know, but it sounds like a ghoul. But like, you aren't entirely sure why it looks like that.
Do you
All
have
right.
any idea, Erudite?
Michelle, you're muted.
Michelle, you're
Michelle?
muted.
Fuck, I'm sorry. Shut the fuck up. A ghoul is my best guess, but I've never seen one. I've never heard of one with a dog's head. That's the unusual thing.
All right.
So what are you guys doing? You're not engaging him, right?
We're in trees. Alex is on the wall. We're worried that if he senses us pacing around, he might come out and spend time with us.
So you're
We're watching.
watch.
We're keeping watch up off the ground.
okay.
He's in a bed.
Stay hidden. We still got to take care of these townspeople, but we'll get up there soon, as soon as we can.
Make it quick. And she's gonna hang up.
At this point, would they have been shutting down or like almost done? Like, would we be about to escort
Yes,
them?
you guys would actually probably be by this point starting to escort them.
Okay. How long does it take to the town from the mill?
30 minutes ish.
Okay.
Not super long.
We'd probably hustle. them
Also,
a
you guys are
little.
probably hustling, so it's gonna take
Yeah.
like half an hour time. So don't worry, more or less.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
But within a matter of, I'm going to say about 45 minutes to an hour, you guys will make it there. So Morgan, who are you going to call?
I'm gonna call
Ghostbusters.
Mercy.
Shut up.
Yeah.
That's 100% what I thought.
Yeah.
Y'all are a bunch of fucks.
Bro would see him being Morgan, she'd be like, no, fuck that. She'd hang up. 9. Not
Hey,
today.
she didn't hang up. She didn't hang up last time Morgan called.
Okay, but Morgan was being like child napped, okay?
Moy was missing. We know where she is at least.
There was an Amber Alert out on Morgan.
Morgan's gonna call Mercy and go, Mercy, something's here. We think it's a ghoul. It's underground. You and Ro get back here as fast as possible. Please.
Real quick, Connor, is this before or after talking to the small child?
God, I forgot you wanted to talk to a small child.
We may skip it if you want, since stuff's happening.
The small child is not able to offer you any good advice because I can't think of a good voice for a small child right now.
Hey, Connor, you're gonna have to learn.
All right.
No.
Because I will interrogate children just to fuck
My
with
name's
you
Chris
from now on.
Hansen.
Wait, who's Chris Hansen again?
Oh god,
Stop.
we're not gonna
We're
do
not
that right
talking
now.
about this.
After.
Oh my god.
Well, we were temporary babysitting.
Oh.
Yeah. So, we'll just skip it because the kid really would not have been able to give you very much at all. Like, I was gonna let you do it, but I mean, you found something, so let's go with the something.
Yeah, that's kind of the thought. Well, how fast can you hoof it?
If you ever ask me that question again, I'll kill you. I will go as fast as I can. I will not run.
I'll pick her up and we'll be there in a minute.
Fuck you.
But
will.
wait, important question. Have you tried talking to it?
No, we sent
Just
some
'cause
things
it's-
down.
Not
I wanted
yet,
to go
but
that way. You're in
we
a tree 20 feet away. No, 50 feet. Sorry. Gail, you want to say something?
yeah, we're gonna go down when everyone's here and try and talk to it.
Okay, let's just not go weapons, John, because it might not be the thing killing people. It's just eating bones for all we know right now.
All right. We're just waiting. So you can get here quick. Be great.
We'll be as quick as I can with the short one.
Just carry her.
I get stabbed. Then oh well.
What about the lizard?
I don't have the spell slots for it
Oh.
because I summoned it yesterday and it should be gone by then.
All right.
That is likely gone, yes. So I'll say since you guys are closer, it'll take you like 30 minutes because town to graveyard is not as far than, mill to town to graveyard.
Quick question because I need to remember something.
Yes.
The thing that the claw marks in the graveyard don't match the claw marks in the house, right?
They do not.
Okay.
And also, claw marks didn't seem like the right term. It was more like gouges, really. Like something had hit the wood very hard and very fast to gouge wood out, not.
The important thing was that they don't match.
They don't match, yes.
Gail's gonna look at both Addix and Maury. Keep an eye out around in case any of these corpses show up. Because keep in mind, there were corpses. There were the dead people that were seen too. So if this thing's eating them, that doesn't make sense for them to show up. And remember, we want to try and talk to this thing.
Morgan's. Can I roll a perception check for like the general area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would I get one as well, being up in the tree since I'm actively looking for it?
I'll give you all it. Anyone who's basically like playing lookout, you can just roll. I don't care.
That's a 12.
That's a 24 for Maury.
Can I get my fourth natural one?
Let's see.
Gee, let's fucking see.
An 8.
Oh, lordy.
Sure close.
It's certainly not good.
That's a 3 on the die, so
Right.
not
Well,
far.
natural 20, which isn't so bad.
Wait, is this at disadvantage?
It's the first roll. I just forgot to toggle it
You
off.
forgot to toggle.
But still.
Also,
That was my
it
one
wouldn't matter
natural
because
20.
first roll still first roll.
I know, but still.
Golly. You guys would not know anything immediately around you.
Hmm.
If they sense anything that's not us, you swiftly realize the problem with this instruction
Like
as they
anything
begin
major.
yapping at birds.
Anything major. Anything medium size or larger.
They stop yapping. Takes about 30 minutes, and Ro and Mercy finally show up. Mercy with a few minor stab wounds on her. Ro with a bloody knife.
Ow. Ow. Ow.
You're damn
Ow.
right.
Ow.
And
I already have scars from you.
about 10 to 15 minutes later, the rest of the team will show up as well. You guys have managed to drop off the civilians with no real problems. You save for a very paranoid Sunny.
Sorry, Sonny.
Oh.
Can't say I blame him, all things considered.
All right.
So what are you guys gonna do?
But can we meet over here? Over here, so that way we're a bit away from.
Yeah.
All right.
Would I
Okay,
be able to
so-
hear them clearly from the tree?
No.
No? Okay, I'll move then.
Okay.
Also, it's not a big deal. Just move your token.
I know, but I wanted to make sure I kept an eye on the thing.
So we have the foxes to take a look. Okay, so just to make sure we're all on the same page, we have something that is undead, but it can speak. It doesn't seem immediately hostile, but it is eating corpses. So so I don't think that this is whatever it is that's killing other people.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like something that's raising the dead. That's for sure.
But here, I think it might not be a bad idea if we try to talk to it, since it can talk, and see if it knows where any of these other corpses are, or like where they have been, where they're going off to. If it's been here, it might know something.
I also might be able to find the footsteps again because the corpses, the undead corpses, have been wandering around. We know this from what I told
Do
you.
we know? He said, when we picked up the guy from last night from Sunny before they picked him up, would that have been at night? Would that have been before the sun went down, or after the sun went down?
The what at night?
When so the guy that when he said that he saw the guy Ernie and the other people, right? Sunny.
Yes.
He said he saw him there before we picked him up, right? Would that
Yeah.
have been after the sun went down, or would that have been before the sun went down?
I believe that would have been around after the sun went down.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't that long. It was right before it did. Yeah.
Okay. Because I just, thoughts.
Oh God, I think we saved his life.
Yeah. Oh no, that's not. Okay. Maybe
Okay.
He thought he was safe in not having a family.
Do these things seem to be happening only at night? The attacks?
Yeah.
It seems like it. Based off of
Okay.
that one house, and
So let's eliminate the things that we know and see what we have left of this thing. So we know that it's not the thing with the mushrooms, right? So anyone with the
Right.
mushrooms, it's not that. And it seems from what we've gathered, it's not the things that are
It's this
being-
third thing.
It's a third thing.
Yeah. Like I said, there's upwards of 3 things terrorizing this town. This is the second one.
So, do we think it's the thing with the crawling out of the graves?
If it was broken, if the grave is broken from underneath, I think it was this guy.
Yeah.
But if it's
If the person broke out of the grave, I think it's the person who's raising the dead.
so do we think it's zombies? Or regular undead creatures, or is it something else?
What was that?
Because there are. Do I know about other undead creatures besides like the like undead like zombie dudes?
You can roll knowledge religion.
Okay. Because Michelle has a theory. Michelle has a theory, and I do not like the theory I have.
What was I about to say?
Oh,
Nope.
It was
no idea.
motherfucker.
No.
You know
no,
plenty of horror stories.
Yeah. I know I've heard a lot of Mr. Osteroth kept a lot of scary things in the libraries, and I read them, and I used to scare myself at night with them. And that's possibly not undead. There's other undead things, but I'm not entirely sure, and I'm not sure if they're real, to be quite honest with you. But
Well, we'll find out. We might even be able to recruit this guy, because, I don't know.
I mean,
Get
you might know
free
what's
food
making
out of
bombs.
There was, well, just because we're talking about raising the undead, there was one grave by the mausoleum that looked like it was tunneled from underneath.
wouldn't that been this gentleman?
Probably.
Could have been, and I think
Gentleman.
that
Let's stay polite. We don't know if he's evil yet. He's a gentleman for
We
now.
know, we don't know. He was nice to the foxes.
Yeah,
However-
it's true.
whoever this is, they could have easily done that and broken into the mausoleum. A dead body's a dead body. I'm not concerned about that. I'm concerned about the ones that are moving around mostly.
Yeah,
Do we want to draw this guy out now?
Do we
are we
want to?
drawing him?
Or
out?
do we want to, do we want to, like, try and... Well, you could draw him out. I can, try to find those, like, footprints. Yeah.
He doesn't really have a
That's not
front
even-
door to knock on.
We could.
Let's just bother him.
I
You
mean,
could just yell.
I have thaumaturgy, so I could
Hey, yeah, down there.
I could just make my voice sound very loud if we really wanted to do that.
Just stick your face in the ground and
No,
scream.
not like that.
I
I have thaumaturgy. I can make my voice
It's the
sound
same thing.
louder.
We just don't.
I can make my voice sound louder. Like I can make it the ground shake. Like I can do things.
Cole, go.
All of us just ignoring magic.
Yeah. Cole, go.
Do we think it could read? I could send in the fox with a written message.
It's worth a shot.
Sure, send it back down.
Eric,
Or at least,
Hell of a lot politer than shouting at it.
That's true.
if it can't read, if it can't read,
Oh,
then just have the fox make like a following motion.
Okay.
There you go.
Erudite's gonna pull out a piece of paper and like a quill, and she's gonna. What should I write on it?
Just be like, hey, come out. We want to talk.
Okay, I'm gonna write hello. We'd like to have a word. Not here to harm.
Sounds good. Send it in.
Yeah, she'll write that on a piece of paper and she'll hand it to Addix.
Okay.
Your presence
The letter is
humbly
handed to
requested
Addix,
of
who then
her.
ties it onto, kind of like puts it onto the familiar. You have 3 minutes left on that familiar.
No, I have like 3 more hours on my familiar.
Yeah, no, the
My other
familiar
foxes-
lasts
Oh,
a
you
longer
mean this-
time.
You're right, my mistake.
Yeah, I have mini foxes. By the way, they've all been like, I guess they're still on watch, but I feel like I would have summoned a couple to just start running around your ankles to play.
I don't know how Kai feels about foxes.
Aw, these things are so cute. And they like pets one of them on top of the head.
Oh,
Anyway, I will send Fox Squad back down.
gotcha. You send the Fox Squad back down. led by the familiar, I'm assuming, because you have not much time left. They're going to go away.
I'll send just the familiar.
Okay. All right, you send the familiar down with the note tied to it.
Yeah, I will have my vision be in the familiar as well.
Okay.
Watch him read the note.
It's-
As Jill put earlier, yes or no, do you like me?
Do you
Do you like me? Yes or no?
By this point, it is becoming to get closer and closer towards. I'm like, let's say what, like
Gotta be like
2, 3.
Two, yeah,
2 or
2
3.
o'clock.
Yeah. Probably 2.
It's really like 2 p.m. So the sun is starting to dip a little. It's starting to go down, and you send the familiar down. Did you wait a minute? 2 minutes.
I'm in its eyes, so
3 minutes.
I'm seeing what's happening.
You see, as it sees the fox, looks at it, walks over to it, notices the note. The foxes disappear at 3 minutes.
No, this is my familiar. It lasts for hours.
I know. I'm talking about the other foxes, the one that just licked Natty's hand. It looks at the note, kind of opens it up and reads it, and you see this look of suspicion and apprehension cross over its face as it reads this.
We're not gonna hurt him.
We're friendly.
And you see he looks at the note for a while and like begins chewing on one of his talons and kind of looks like he's mulling over his options.
Can I have the fox sit down and like softly wag its tail and cock its head to the side and just be adorable? And like non-threatening?
Sure. Roll charisma as a fox.
Sure.
Do foxes have good charisma? I don't
know.
They have 7, so not really.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
So the fox won't do anything to improve it. It's just a fox. Just kind of
He's
look
a
down at the
foxy
fox,
boy.
look at the note, look up at the hole.
It's probably gonna run away.
Ugh.
And very tentatively, it'll start to make its way towards the opening.
Oh shit.
Delete Morgan's token from down there because I was ready to have you go into the hole.
Dang it!
It would have been fun.
That would have been great.
It
Damn
would have been
it, Gail.
awesome. What a shame. Gail, where the fuck? How'd you get over here, Gail?
I moved.
Bitch, the fuck you doing?
Moving over to where the hole is.
Is anybody else going to move in the 3 minutes that pass?
Morgan.
I'm gonna like.
Dan and Maddie were playing with the foxes.
Yeah, I figured.
Hang on back
Hold
here.
on. Morgan's
Mercy's.
gonna. Sorry.
They're
Morgan's
gone by now in the 3 minutes, but
Fortunately, yes, they are.
Rose curious.
Morgan's gonna. Can I
I shouldn't surround the hole. I'm gonna point that
I
out.
said I was
Mercy's
gonna
sitting
climb
down.
up the tree.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
there-
climb up the tree.
This one's up a tree. Gail
I'm
is,
like, can I just?
Gail's
hide
just
from
leaning
on a
against
tree.
the tree.
yeah, because you climbing a tree is a recipe for disaster.
Yeah,
I'm leaning against the wall.
trees
Bro.
are not big enough.
Roe, due to her size, is probably still standing.
Yeah.
Yeah,
She's standing with her arms crossed.
like it
head
seems
jutted
fair
out.
to say that, dude. And Maddie and you guys are kind of off in the distance a little bit, and eventually you guys see crawling out of the hole this previously described figure.
Don't like it.
Oh, it's even
Mercy
worse than it was
waves.
described.
Don't like it.
Oh no, I
It
said
kinda
I put the
whispers to
picture in the
Maddie.
Discord.
I know.
Don't
you
like
I
did.
know.
We saw.
I have the familiar run to me and crawl into my lap so it knows that, hey, I was the one who sent it. I'm friendly.
And you see this almost hairless hyena like with this rubbery, almost like matte colored, like green gray skin, looking at all of you very suspiciously.
Greetings.
Hello.
My name is Gail. These are my friends. We have a couple questions about some things that are going on that we don't think that you're the cause of, but you may have noticed.
All right. My
My name is Wilhelm Opodedok.
Oh my god.
Please tell me you're typing that in chat.
Bless you.
Can we call you Will?
David, it's a human name.
No, my name is Wilhelm.
Okay, Wilhelm.
Not
Wilhelm, your
that's-
voice is very quiet.
That's a
If
nice
he
name.
I
screams,
apologize.
it'll be a
You're,
Wilhelm.
you're fine. So, there have been some issues at the town where the recently dead have been seen and have actually taken lives.
I
We
do not
noticed-
know anything of this.
Oh, okay.
I do not care for the undead.
Connor, honestly, can you please speak up when you're doing this voice?
No, I do not wish to.
Fuck up!
All right,
You're getting
fine.
so quiet.
I will speak up a bit.
So, just to confirm,
Da.
you're just taking the bodies that have been dead for a while, correct?
Ja.
I'm gonna insight check that.
will. Ja.
So you've not taken any of the new ones?
That's a 5.
Can I insight? Just like.
Y'all can roll inside on him.
Okay.
Yeah, I will, because I should have pretty good.
I know.
Insight is something I'm actually pretty
11.
decent at.
Maddie and Erudite, he is not telling the whole truth, but you feel like he is not lying about these bodies. Like, he has not taken these bodies, and he has not taken any of these recent bodies.
It's possibly stuff in the past, essentially.
Okay.
We found one of the so we found one of your tunnel. I assume one of your tunnels in a grave that was busted out of. Was that? Did you cause that? Or
Yes. Yes, the
okay.
mill owners.
How long have you been here?
I have been here for a few years, I would say.
Have these bodies that have been leaving the graves, is that a recent thing?
I certainly have not been seeing any of these bodies leaving the ground. I simply have been eating what has been left behind and what is uncared for.
Two really weird questions. One, what the fuck are you? Two,
So rude.
That is a fair question.
I mean, it's a fair question.
It is, but
I'm just, I've never seen anything that looks like you, so I'm trying to place it in my brain, but don't got anything. I mean, there's not much there to start with, but
Sure. Now, I will answer this question, but I fear you are correct. You have not seen much like me, and nor have many of the townspeople. So I would prefer if we do not have them see me.
No, that's fine, but
if you're not causing trouble in the town, we don't give a shit.
That's
I
true.
do not wish to be in public.
if
I
you
will.
do no harm, we'll do no harm to you.
We have no
I
intentions.
would prefer that we have this conversation in my home. It is private, quieter.
Can you promise you won't do anything shifty?
Sure.
I'm gonna insight check that.
Could I also hit up an insight for that one? I got that self-preservation gene.
Sure, go ahead.
Erudite is not trusting this shit.
13.
You seem
Dumb as
trustworthy.
shit.
I mean,
Mercy
I just
asked
try-
the question, so
Erudite Roe, he's hard to read. Damn.
Yeah.
Seems like he's telling the truth. Mercy and Maddie, he seems like he's telling the truth.
Okay, fine.
I mean, if we can get into the tunnel, Mercy will just start following him.
Oh my god, alright.
All right.
If she's going, I guess we'll just follow.
Yeah, I'm not gonna leave. I'm not about to leave Mercy alone.
I mean, he's not gonna do anything. He said he wouldn't.
Ro the whole time going to the tunnel is mumbling to herself, going, "We're doing this. We're actually okay. Yep, we're doing this."
Calm down, it's fine.
Morgan's gonna bring up the rear.
Maddie agrees with me, therefore it's a good idea.
Alex,
Marty, don't pull me into this.
I'll clean your drawings off. Just go.
He didn't say anything aloud. He just was frowning.
Can I make an insight check to see if I can tell why he's frowning?
No.
Dang it. Okay, sorry.
Is still holding on to the fox for now. No, I'm kidding. She lets it go.
The
She
fox will
does
stay
have-
with you if you want it.
I don't
Yeah,
mind.
but she has to take care of Toby. She tells Toby to sit on the tree.
Connor is just forcing us down here because
Hide.
he wants to show off this map.
He wants to use the map.
Put work into this, damn it.
He was hoping we'd fight them, and now he's like, "Fuck."
I don't know what you're talking about.
We like making friends with weird things, guy.
We don't have to fight. We don't have to fight. All right?
We are not murder hobos.
I was literally talking about having a big slumber party and inviting like Kitus and our lich buddy and now our new fucking ghoul friend.
Don't forget the Oni. Don't forget
All
the
right,
Oni.
Is he your friend?
No,
Acquaintance.
not yet. Not
We got
yet.
pals.
Give us time.
That's what the sleepover's for.
We'll braid his hair.
Whoever has hair, prepare the fuck to get it braided.
Gale has a lot of that.
So does Morgan.
Gale is gonna let Syl kind of step down onto the floor if he smells anything that looks good. As far as
So
rot goes.
as you all descend into this, you would all note the scent of rot, quite notably. There are many bones that have been picked clean, cracked open, the marrow licked out, and there are a few fresh bodies. They're clearly wrapped up in tarps. Well, cloth more than tarps, but still.
These are bodies that have been buried. Okay.
I apologize. This is just more comfortable for me as I am not accepted with them.
You're good. I mean, again, as long as you don't attack us, we don't give a shit, I don't think.
I have
I
no wish
don't
to
attack
die.
us.
I am not a combatant. I have no wish to do so.
We don't want to fight either. I'm gonna move up.
Can you answer the first of my two questions now?
Would you please remind me?
What are you? What the fuck are you?
I do not know. Not fully.
You
I
don't know what you are.
No. I
Were you a person?
was human. If you cannot tell by my accent, I was a Cernan.
This is something that I would allow all of you to kind of roll like a knowledge history check on. Dea will have advantage due to her background.
I
Because
do.
she's a sailor.
I have no idea what he was saying, by the way. I just
Cernan.
You said
got an
history.
18.
That's
I mean, I rolled a 23, my dude.
I
Oh
rolled
my
19.
All Scott
right.
So many
That-
eights.
So
Four from Gale.
anybody who rolled past like a 15 would know Icernans are a group of people who live quite far to the north, like almost near the very caps of the world. But they are also renowned for being very competent sailors, not just in normal conditions, but in conditions where they have to have a ship that will move its way through stuff that can badly damage a normal ship. They are also renowned as very talented shipwrights. An Icerian ship is invaluable for heading to the north or to too far north or too far south, as it can go straight through the ice that builds up there.
How did you end up in Odela then?
You're very far south, my friend.
Yeah.
How did you end up underground?
I decided to. I tunneled. It took time, but I eventually found myself here.
How did you end up like this?
I do not know.
How long
You
have
just
you?
woke up like this one day?
No, I died.
You
died.
How long have you been like this? What year do you think it is?
Year. Let us see. I have not bothered with the time in a very long while. I would imagine it is approaching the 20th century.
You've been dead a while, my friend.
What
We're
was
30 years in.
No. I have spent much time underground. I apologize.
No, it's.
Do you remember what year it was when you died?
It was 1875.
Been dead for like 60, 70 years.
Jesus.
And what were I'm sorry to ask this, but what were you before you died?
I was a human.
Okay.
Just a man. Just a doctor. That is all.
Did
A doctor.
Did the thing that killed you look like how you are now?
No. I have not seen many forms of frostbite that look like this.
It was frostbite, and
yes.
That's.
What was the last patient you saw?
I suppose one of my patients would have been likely Goddard. Poor man. He was with me and the rest of the team I was with. We were heading to the north to see what was up there. And Goddard was... he was not doing well.
Keyboard is so loud.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No. It's not your fault. It's my fault.
It's really distracting me.
But I would say Goddard was my last patient. And then everything went quite bad. I would offer you something to drink, but I have a feeling you do not consume the same things as I do.
We don't.
Why? That was gonna lead up to the next question. Why do you need to eat dead people?
I do not know.
What happens if you don't?
It tastes of sand, dirt, nothing.
So have you tried people food?
Makes me weak, tired. It does not sustain me. I can eat some animals for a time, and then eventually I will become sick, and it will make me feel worse and worse.
Gil's gonna pop his last divine sense just to make sure. This guy is undead, right?
He is undead-ish. It's almost like he's kind of standing on the mid-ground between being undead and being alive.
All right.
Like it fluctuates, and you don't really know.
So the living undead.
Yes. Yuck, yuck.
All right. Well,
actually, Bell, I'll describe this a bit more since you would likely have an understanding of this to a point. Undead are typically people who, well, not people. They are husks. They are missing a soul, which means they typically can't talk or are sentient. He can talk and is sentient, so maybe he's a dead body with a soul, which interesting, but you don't know. And there are no other undead in this room, just him.
Okay. So you're not totally undead.
I certainly do not feel undead. I feel quite alive.
That's one word for it, but you smell like the undead.
Yeah.
That's
Living with bodies does that.
that's not the smell I'm talking about.
Hmm.
That's something that I've been able to pick up. But it's not. It hasn't fully taken. So before we go any further, I have a question. Do you feel like still staying this way?
Like what? This?
Aye.
Yeah. I do not care much either way.
Alright, so I don't think that we need to say anything, obviously, to anybody else. As long as I think everybody else agrees with me, I think that's fine.
Also, I will be leaving this town in some time.
All right.
Graves are becoming less full, so I will eventually find another and move on.
That's fine.
And you only go after graves, right?
No. If you wish me to be completely honest, no.
What else do you go after?
Those the world do not care for. It is the most simple solution. The people above ground do not care for bandits, so I will pick off a few every once in a while. It is a simple solution.
So if you don't raid graves, you kill bandits. That's all. Like just like bandits and any other. I'm just gonna tell you. I'm gonna insight.
You can do so. God
what the
damn.
fuck? I believe him.
Yeah, you believe him.
This checks out.
Camel inside, because that's shitty as shit.
She's basically trying to make sure that he's not killing innocent people. Because if he is, then it's kind of our duty to take care of him. But he seems nice, and she doesn't want to kill.
Morgan, Maddie, he's not a great liar, but he's not lying. He's kind of hiding something.
I'm going to ask you a direct question. There have been 2 families that have recently died. They're way off, away from town. Did you kill them?
No. I do not know of any families that have been killed recently. Well, no, I take that back. I know there was a recent procession. Something was interred. And that is it. I had my food. I had enough food, so I do not think to harvest them, and I do prefer to wait before eating them.
I have a question.
Oh.
So you didn't take those bodies?
No.
Real quick, Rudy. So you did not take the bodies?
No.
Okay. Rudy, go ahead. Sorry.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have you worked with a lich by any chance recently?
Lich?
Or a lich? I wouldn't remember his name. Do you guys remember the name that they mentioned?
Hungaron,
Hungaron's
the evil guy.
Hungaron's friend.
Takowaijin?
That guy.
Takowaijin Ekatone.
Yes, that guy. So you wouldn't happen to have worked with someone named Takowaijin. Okay, I'm just gonna say that name.
Takowaijin.
Takowaijin. In the
No.
past? No?
No. The name does not sound familiar to me.
Okay. Have you been to Rosenvale by any chance?
No.
Okay.
Check it
Where
out. It's
were
a nice
you-
place. Boom. There we go.
What
I
do
know
you
some very
remember-
not nice people there.
I have
What?
I have been at nearby.
Have you been in
Homesteads.
Sursane? Oh, just homesteads. Okay.
I have it is safer for one of my kind to avoid the larger graveyards.
So
Where
you know
were
what
you-
that your
I'm
kind
going to
is
be-
then.
Hold on. There. Go.
Yeah, she was just gonna say like, this. It's what she would do. She's gonna be like, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm gonna be honest with you. We're with a guild that, basically hunts down like people who are causing trouble. So currently, we have no reason to suspect that you're doing anything wrong. You're just living. You're killing bad guys. But if we catch word that you are killing innocent people, we might not be so friendly next time we meet.
What do you remember from just before you passed?
I remember the gold. We were contracted to go and inspect a ruin to the north. And me and a few others were sent to go there. We found very interesting things, but
What? What'd you find?
eventually a few of my comrades became unwell, became sick in the head. One of them killed another who bled out shortly after.
What did you find?
Knowledge.
Knowledge?
Knowledge. It did not sit well with others.
Where did you
do
find
not-
this? Like, do you have like these runes? Where were they?
Far to the north.
That doesn't help. Beyond north of Sioge.
Yes. Yes.
Shit.
And it is. I do not know where it is. Not anymore. I was the doctor, not the
Navigator?
navigator.
Do you know who contracted you out?
If you give me enough time, I'm sure I can think of it. But
Do
It's
you,
a long time ago.
yeah,
do you remember the name of your ship? Perhaps? The captain and anyone important associated with it?
you will have to give me time. I
understand.
There is
It's fine. It's not important right now.
no.
We have another pressing issue.
My
I
new
would like to
body
remind the
is
crew.
I
different.
do have a small question.
Sure.
What did you mean exactly by sick in the head?
Mad. They became mad.
Mad as in potentially fearful and
Insane.
unable
I mean-
to be coherent.
Perhaps. But when they fully lost control, they were insane.
Morgan's gonna look over at Alex. Were they babbling? Terrified?
Yeah. I did not spend much time trying to inspect them or talk. I ran. As I said, I am not a fighter.
All right. Well, I think if there isn't anything else anybody else feels like looking at.
Can I ask one inappropriate question?
Sure.
What do bodies taste like?
Oh my god.
Mildly of pork.
Mercy.
Mercy.
Akin to,
There's a reason I'm asking.
the marrow
Have
is
any of
akin
them-
to beef. The bone is more of a texture.
Has any tasted off recently?
No, not here. Well, yes and no. See, I do not know what I am, but I do know that when I eat a old enough body and I give it enough time to sit
Just say the word
Rot.
cure.
eyes away, I learn things from them. Many of my memories are not my own anymore. I have to focus to remember who I was. But I do remember who I was.
When's the last time you took a body?
Points at one of the new ones.
That
Let's take off the tarp.
do you remember? Since you have the memories, do you know what their name was?
9. They were much too recent. I had to go and find these ones. But a good
may I?
example would be the mill owner. Came from a very wealthy family.
Yeah.
He had a good head for business, excellent talent for the ways of conniving. He was very talented, but he was not a good man.
Did he kill anybody?
Yeah. And he had killed before.
Wait, he'd killed before.
Yeah.
Who had he killed?
Oh no.
I have a feeling this is gonna connect back to us. God damn it.
He might have killed someone that maybe was related to someone who got really mad. Learned magic. Maybe. Perhaps.
It was for business, to put it simply.
Do you remember who he killed?
No.
Oh.
It was a competitor. Simple as that.
So no one's
Right.
significant enough.
Okay.
Someone
Right.
who was in the way and would refuse to sell to him, so he requested he be killed. The blood is on his hands. Bought out families from their homes, forced others off their homes.
This
No.
dude had a lot of enemies, is what I'm hearing.
He knew all the right people. He knew officials, he knew nobles, he knew mayors, he knew he knew people in Rhine. No. Yes, that was it. The south. He knew people to the south.
Did he know someone in Warridge? Oh.
That was it. Rhine. What does that mean?
Warridge.
Why does that mean something?
Does everyone just look at
Well,
Bro, yes.
Ron is looking to the side at the cave wall, like, don't fucking look at me.
Not look at me.
Was his business just with wood?
No, it was not.
I mean, that's all those
It was
businesses.
it was partially, but it grew. He expanded. He was clever. But he is not me, and I need to work on staying me. By the way, I keep hearing this name. What is it? It starts with a W. It's one of my people from Lucretia. What is the name? Rahain. I keep
Oh,
right.
God damn it. Let's forget about him.
Yeah, don't worry about him. We know.
That's in character, Mercy, by the way.
I apologize. I did not mean to. It's like a nerve.
It's fine. Do you have any information about him?
I don't care. All right. It's great. We can talk about it later, but we need to figure out what's reanimating corpses now. Have you heard anything moving around or seen anything while you know?
I heard buzzing.
We dealt with the buzzing.
What was it?
Some mushroom people doing experiments. Don't really know. They looked really weird.
Mushroom.
Yeah.
Doing an experiment.
Kind of holds his head slightly.
They were putting spores in people and making fungi grow inside them.
Well, they have claws, large pincers, and wings.
Yes, they had pincers and wings.
Migo.
Nico?
Migo.
Thanks.
M-I-G.
How do you know this? Who's telling you? Whose memories?
Mine. I read about them. Back in the ruins. They were another civilization. Strong, smart, dangerous. Did not care for us. We were ants. There are ants to them. What was he doing here? That is interesting.
Not entirely sure. They were doing some sort of experiments and almost like they were trying to do something with the townsfolk, like make them into like living corpses or something. But we think we dealt with all of them. We've dealt with all of them, or at least we dealt with it for now, at least. But now there's something else reanimating corpses and using them to attack and kill townsfolk. And we think they've gotten bodies from the graveyard, which you've been living near. And we think they come out at night.
You see
To
that?
be honest, that's why we ended up finding you.
Yeah.
Veronica is kind of like chewing on his lip slightly, which is not a pleasant sight considering he has more of a large face. Just kind of thinking to himself, oh, sorry, Wilhelm, my mistake. I said the wrong one.
No. Give one moment. Keep talking about what else has been happening here. Any other odd things, people, objects, glyphs, anything? As he kind of starts to like dig through a nearby wall.
There was a
There were gouges in the people's homes that were attacked. Like something had carved out of the wood, like with an attack.
Yeah.
Should we mention the glass thing?
No, but there was about a year ago there was a revenant, an undead, like fiery undead, came out and attacked the mill owner and burned
Metals.
down the sawmill.
Yeah. Huh.
One of the most recent string of things, the most recent, the start of the murders, it was someone who had spent all of their time digging and nobody knew why.
He was obsessively digging to the point where we believe he died of black lung for how much time he spent underground.
He went mad.
Huh?
Aye, he
He
went
went
mad.
mad. You
There's
see
a
that
fucking
as he's
box.
digging through the wall, he's pulled out something. It looks like his old leather tome. He begins to kind of flip through it and look at it.
The people in the town are paranoid now too.
Uh,
I've had
The
multiple
mill-
approach me.
yeah.
The mill workers think they're on a kill list, basically, which they might as well be for the patterns.
Sure. Yeah. What do you know of? You do not know of Samiko, do you?
No. Could we roll to see, or probably not?
You've been rolling this entire time. Every time you did a roll with like wisdom disadvantage versus like what are these things, that was trying to determine what they are. Because you're rolling a skill that you don't have and wouldn't know about.
I have the box of stuff that they were using. I don't know if that's helpful.
No, it is their chemistry, alchemical stuff. It is their tools. Do not worry. It does not matter to me. Zimigo would worship very powerful beings like gods, but not gods.
Would something
Like the man in yellow?
Man in yellow.
No. As a matter of fact, the king in yellow hates Zimigo.
That's interesting.
I do not
We'll
know
get back to
why, but
We'll get back to the fact that you know that guy here in a minute when we're done doing this.
All right. But Zimigo would worship many things, but as I was getting to it, the King in Yellow is one of the few beings, as God does not feel like the right term, that they also do not like, as well, he seeks to destroy them. So if they are here, they could be going after something they don't like or want. I do not know.
Okay.
What else don't they like?
They do not care for humans, but it is a different kind of do not care. They are apathetic. They look at you beings as ants.
Well, that makes sense with what they were doing with
Tools,
the
objects.
townspeople.
Yeah.
How about, is there anything else they do not care for on the level of the King in Yellow?
Vibe check.
What?
Roll vibe. You do not know. What was that? What were you asking, Michelle?
Is there anything that they don't like on the level of like how they feel about the King in Yellow?
No, they are not to my knowledge. They have their own reasons for doing what they wish. But to my knowledge, the King in Yellow is the only one they despise to this state.
This jives with what we have learned. Okay. This still isn't something that's right. That's raising corpses.
We might not be able to find that answer down here.
Yeah, I really want to try and find those tracks again.
All right. Well, in that case, Wilhelm, if we need anything else, we might stop by. Thank you for being honest. Thank you for talking to us. It's preferable than trying to come down here and fight or anything like that. We appreciate
I
that.
would prefer not to be killed as well.
I
Conversation
would prefer not
is,
to kill you.
conversation is not my strong suit, so I do apologize for my odd nature.
If conversation's not your strong suit and fighting's not your strong suit, what is your good? What is your strong suit?
Eating people.
Medicine and eating people, yes.
Do you still know how to make medicines?
There are some I can make. They are not the same as the healing potions that clerics and wizards can make. They are much more. What is the word? Slow. They take less time, more time. Salves and stitches and bandages. They work, but they are not the same.
I might come talk to you before we leave this town. So don't leave.
All right. Well, we'll leave your home. We appreciate it.
Right. There's one thing I feel I should warn you of. It is odd, but if the Migo are here, either they are trying to do something which could be bad, or they are attempting to deal with a being they do not like, which could be the king in something to do with the king in yellow. But if that was the case, if that is the case, then you need.
I'm not saying that in character.
You need to look for something. You need to. Well, no, you can't look at it. You have to be careful about something.
About what?
A sigil, a symbol. It's called the yellow sign. It looks a bit like.
Is he going to draw it in the ground?
Yeah, he kind of draws it in the ground.
A question mark.
It's the Riddler. It looks a bit like this.
3 question marks.
I apologize that it is crude, but I have never been a particularly talented artist. It is.
Erudite. What was that? Is it like 3? Is it really like 3 question marks?
Kinda, not really. The one here is more straight and curved than it is a question mark.
Erudite's going to pull out a piece of paper and she's going to draw it.
Mercy, go.
Have we seen this anywhere around the town?
9.
Has Morgan? Was it on Mr. Lacroix's jacket or anything that she saw when she was with him?
It likely would have been on an amulet he was wearing. Yes.
All right.
So Erudite just draws it and sticks it in her bag.
I was gonna ask, does that look familiar to me? And whatever I saw that frightened me.
Roll me a wisdom save.
Oh, fun. 27.
Thank God.
Have this gnawing feeling in the back of your skull, like you have seen this before.
Adex
is sort of like has his palm pressed to his forehead, kind of wincing.
Alex?
I think that's what affected me earlier.
All right. Well, fuck. We found it. I think we may have found it. Actually, before we found you, to be honest, which is very odd.
But we had to find one to find the other.
Well,
He did
Actually,
show up.
right.
that is
It's
the
right there in
case.
the graveyard.
If that is the case, then I will likely be packing my stuff and leaving. I do not wish to be here.
Random question. I have a question.
Duh.
I have the ability to contact people. Do I have permission to contact you if I need to? If someone here would like to speak with you?
Sure. I do not have any problem with this.
That's
If
quite
you
all right.
wish and have a place of burial in mind, I could make a home there and stay quiet if you so wish.
Unfortunately, the only graveyard I can think of doesn't have any bodies in it.
I know of two.
No, that's ours.
No, here's the thing.
It's
I know of
probably
two
what he's
graveyards.
saying.
I think here's the thing: is he's like, well, I know of two, and neither have any bodies in it, so I can't.
Yeah.
In that case,
All of our
both-
graves are empty.
yeah, boss, use this for me.
I'm sorry.
Require food, so I will leave soon.
Okay.
I do not
We'll
wish
let
to
you
stay in
know.
this town.
We'll let you know if we deal with it before then.
I still do not wish to stay.
No, it's fair.
Understandable.
Whatever, man.
If we run into you again, look forward to it. And be safe.
Yeah, I wish you luck as well. And he's starting to kind of hustle back over to his bedroll and blankets. And
I think I think this is the sign for us to go.
Yeah, we're
We're outta
am
here.
Going to be leaving very soon. If you need me, then you may have to do your magic.
I
thing.
will. I will. It's okay.
But I believe I will not be staying.
understood. Thank you for all the information.
If I do contact you, just remember to keep the message very short. It's a very limited amount of words.
All right.
Thank you.
Gil's gonna kind of help push everybody up, grab Syl on the way out, and
Addix would like to return to where he thinks he saw this sign or the mark of the king in yellow or whatever it's called.
It's the yellow sign.
The yellow sign.
I knew that was coming.
Morgan's gonna go over there too.
Was Hirsch, right?
It was Hirsch. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to
Perception check?
look for it, I guess. Or whatever caused that initial fear in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
That shiny thing that caught my attention.
Gotcha. Perception.
I'm gonna look for it
Let's
too.
say investigation or perception. Really, it does. It's you're looking for something that is like was somewhere around here. So let's just say perception or investigation, whichever's higher. I don't care.
14.
14.
25.
25 and 14. With the 14, you do not note that sigil you thought you saw somewhere around here. With the 15, Morgan, it looks like the rocks were disturbed at some point.
20.
25. You looks like the rocks were disturbed at some point, but you still don't notice sigil. You note what looks like almost like a faint residue that's kind of like fallen between a few rocks, and it's this odd kind of powdery material, kind of a pale goldenrod yellow.
Morgan's gonna touch it.
Okay, feels like chalk.
And the residue, that was the residue, the powder?
Yeah, feels like
Okay,
chalk.
so Morgan's gonna taste it.
Tastes like chalk.
Maury. Wait, what color is the chalk?
Like I said, a pale goldenrod yellow.
Yeah.
I don't think you saw, I think you just saw like maybe, this is gonna sound like maybe something was drawn here, and then when you touched it, it cast a spell, if that's possible. Like a, okay, this is something, I'm not sure if Morgan would know this. Would the concept of like glyphs of like something holding a spell, would she know anything? Like, is that
Would be
something?
knowledge arcane.
Okay. Like I meant this more like did Erudite ever mention something about it? Because I have an idea, but I'm not sure if Morgan has an idea.
Yeah, you at least know of a glyph, which is like something that can hold a spell.
I mean, Erudite's never mentioned glyphs, but
yeah,
it's like
it
was a
also
thing.
no magic.
I know, but Kate remembered hearing it from listening to one of our older sessions back on the island, and I didn't want to metagame. Okay, I think it was a glyph of some sorts that cast this on you. It drove you mad. Would Morgan know if...
Would Erudite know of a spell that could do that?
Yeah, I was just about to ask.
Knowledge Arcane.
It's not really like her thing, so I might not roll well. So you're probably gonna roll higher than me because.
Check the chat.
Yeah.
Really, a glyph spell could do it.
Okay.
Maybe.
But what spell? That was what I was rolling for with the 21.
Basically, any kind of spell that would act like a glyph. There are many different types that could do this. Like there are a lot of the glyph spells are like when viewed, it explodes or something like that. As for this kind of effect, you don't know.
This is gonna sound very stupid, but what if we tried to call Mr. Lacroix?
No.
Okay.
No, we're not. No. Whatever he has to offer will seemingly come with no strings attached, but then there will actually be a lot of strings attached. I don't trust that man as far as I can throw him. And she kind of holds up her arms. I'm not very strong.
Gus is gonna poke one of her arms. No.
I don't disagree with you, but he is someone to... He works for this King in Yellow. He's apparently sworn enemy. I don't know.
This is not one of those the enemy of the enemy is my friend situations. All these people on every side don't seem to be very good.
I think, for what it's worth, whatever affected me has passed, though I think I would feel more comfortable sleeping off potential any remaining effects before we encounter whatever it is with that is putting down these marks of yellow, Lacroix or not.
All right.
Dea, while they have been talking, you've been looking around for any kind of tracks that you could find, and you would note that there are some tracks that look old-ish in a few spots near the graves. You can roll survival to try and figure some things out if you like.
Hell yeah, roll survival.
Gail's helping.
In that case, advantage. That's a 25.
Okay. A few of the footprints are all kind of varying. It looks like at one point a group, like a small cluster of like 2 people, maybe 3, kind of moved up to one of these graves, and then another joined them, and then another joined them, and another joined them. And eventually it became a small group of footprints, but there is one set that has always been constant the entire time. And they look the same.
Do I know where they lead?
No, actually, hold on. How did you find Morgan?
She tracked. She
followed her footsteps.
Yeah.
You used survival. Okay.
Yeah.
There's something that reminds me of the footsteps that you saw with Morgan.
Fuck.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. Kind of what I'm thinking.
Thought we summoned LaCroix man and we just killed him.
We don't have proof yet. But We could call him under the guise of just wanting to talk to him again.
I don't trust that at all.
I don't think we should do it today, because
No, we need to rest.
I'll agree with Alex on that one. We got fucked up earlier.
I don't trust talking to him at all.
We might have to.
We don't know. Something might happen during the night still, so.
Yeah, and we need to protect the town. That's our #1 goal. But we know he was around here. We know he follows the King in Yellow. And we know that the Migos hate the King in Yellow. So they might have been trying to do something with the townsfolk to, deal with him. And we know that he's very powerful. A spellcaster.
Two things. One, should we try asking if anyone's heard of the King in Yellow in the town?
We might want to. We might want to ask them if they've seen this man before.
Yeah, because I didn't think of that when we were in town.
We're already gonna head back to town. We're gonna spend the night there. Let's ask around and see if they've seen this man, and if they have or haven't, we can maybe ask if they know about the King in Yellow.
And two, should we seriously start considering temporary evacs?
I think so.
It might be safest, but
I've had 2 different people now ask me.
Here's
if
the
they
thing.
should leave.
Remember, I can if we need to take him to Odella, I can take him there.
We are in the
No, not Odella.
Sure
Sane. That's exactly what I meant. Sorry, remembering. We can take him to Sane very quickly and bring them back very quickly if we speak with Avero. Remember, we do have that option if we need to do that.
I think we should.
In the morning, though, I can't do it right now. I mean, I can. It'll take 40 minutes.
I think we should wait and see what happens tonight before we make any final decisions.
Yeah, we might be able to wrap this up without needing to evacuate.
I actually had an idea for tonight.
What's up?
Yeah.
Who is it that said they saw Ernie's body?
Sunny.
It was green.
God.
Yeah.
It was the drunk.
It was outside of his house.
Yes.
Yep.
I was there.
It was before you got there.
It was before the curfew.
Oh, all right.
And he was. So it wasn't like outside the town. What if we have Sonny stay in his house? We keep
we think
everyone
he's
else
the
in one
next target.
place.
Yeah.
And we watch the house, and then when this thing shows up, we just turn it into goo.
My only concern with that is that they came when no one else was there.
I don't.
And then left when no one.
I don't particularly.
Not that good at hiding.
I don't particularly like the idea of using one of these people as bait, essentially.
I don't give a shit because it's Sunny and he's kind of.
Hey,
he's a person, Mercy.
What?
I was joking.
All life is to be preserved.
Come on, man.
He hasn't done it.
Well,
he's kind of a dick.
Well, we do have spells. We could disguise ourselves as him.
Do we know that it just is looking at him? Because if it showed up before he got there, does it know for sure that it's just looking for him? Because if it was following him, wouldn't he know this?
It seemed like it was almost either like waiting to attack or like scoping it out or something. So it's a good chance that he's the next one, but I don't know if it's a guarantee that he is the next target.
I will say what we can do. I do have the ability. I haven't used it in a while, but I do have the ability to set up an alarm in case something does approach his house outside the perimeter of his house. So I can set up an alarm so if something doesn't, I will know.
I mean, there were roses over there.
Yeah.
The roses are good.
But they were at like kind of the front of the house.
The roses are good, don't get me wrong, but the roses are only good for
No, I'm not saying replacing the alarm. I'm saying they might have seen
something, yes.
But
I've only got one question left for each of them. I can put more up for overnight, but other than that, I have to word it very carefully. At the very least.
All right. So, if maybe ask if there's anyone who's been just staring at that's been staring at the house in any sort of way. Maybe we do that. You put some new ones up because we have to find this thing. We have to stop this. Because we can put up an alarm, that's fine. But in addition to that, if we're not ready to act, then something's going to go wrong. So, my idea is either we have a few people near, so that way if this thing is just staring at Sunny's house, hopefully it has already passed one of us, and then we can attack it when it's not looking. Maybe keep one person inside the house just in case. Set up a bit of an ambush. But if it doesn't show up, then we haven't lost anything. We can come back here and talk to that quiet guy, and then go from there.
I'm not sure.
At the very least, if I can be in the house, he can keep the blinds open. Hopefully, at least bait this thing in. I should be able to hold it down at least long enough for the rest of you to come in if you don't notice it before it gets to us. But
I do
I'm
kind of like the
starting
idea of baiting this thing just to draw it out into the open and force the hand to be shown. We just gotta protect the townsfolk as much as we can while we do it.
If we keep them in one area, if it attacks Sunny, we're already there.
Yeah.
But if they attack the larger group, they have ways to at least partially defend themselves and hold it off until we can run there and get them.
Hey.
Yeah. And it doesn't seem likely that they'll attack such a large group because they've only been attacking like individual houses.
Exactly my thought.
So,
question: how far is the center of the town from Sunny's house?
Sunny's in town too.
He's basically in town.
Yeah.
So I could.
So it won't be.
Because
it won't be a very far place.
Alarm is within a mile.
Yeah.
So I could put alarm up on his place if something gets to his house. Also, the clinking you hear is my dog because he's walking around in my room.
I heard the dog. I've been hearing the dog the whole time.
You know, the dog hasn't been in the room. The whole time has been my my battery on my fire alarm.
No, the whole time. No, there's been a clinking.
Yeah,
like,
we've heard your dog the entire time,
for like half an hour.
He's been in my room for a bit. But yeah, because she's gonna just Erin's gonna. I can set up an alarm at Sunny's house, and I can hear it if I'm in the center of town. So, and I can let you know quite easily because I do believe we have the comm, so I can let you know with that.
If we're staking out Sunny's house, why don't we alarm the middle, like where everyone else is?
Oh, we could do that as well.
Quick question.
Yep.
So we're planning to use Sunny as bait, from what I'm hearing.
Kind of.
You know we have to get him to agree to this, right?
Hey, and he's not going to.
We could just.
I mean, if he doesn't, one of us can do the thing where we pretend we're Sunny, like we use a disguise kit or something.
I
like,
have all of my
or disguise self.
And Gail, you still have the ability to disguise yourself, correct?
For a short amount of time.
Yeah, for better time.
If you guys
want,
wild, I'll try to talk him into it. I've got a little bit of a repertoire with the dude.
Yeah, but if
I'm also
if he doesn't agree to it, we'll make a disguise. It'll be fine. I'd rather use a disguise kit so that we don't burn spell slots, but and it lasts longer. But maybe disguise.
I mean, as far as that end, in theory, Gale and I could trade on and off. It lasts for about an hour. It takes about an hour to recharge that ability.
I
can do it innately.
I have enough magic to do it for 6 hours consecutive.
No, Morgan, no. I'm sorry, you're not gonna be.
Okay.
It's gonna be someone who doesn't have to sacrifice spell slots to do it.
And it probably shouldn't be someone with horns.
Yeah, no, I wasn't going to suggest myself, to be honest with you.
No. I honestly.
But you can ritually cast.
I can.
You're not you're not putting yourself on the front line. You're just being in the window. So it's either you or the Fearbolgs.
What if we take turns with the same disguise? We each use one spell.
You're not really getting the point that I'm making. The Fearbolgs and Rudy can do this without exchanging any spell slots.
And they can only do it for an hour each. I can do it unlimited if you give me 10 minutes in between castings. Fine, I'll do it. Oh God.
Don't have to, but you might not have to do it at all if we can get Sunny to agree to it.
Okay.
It's just a backup.
I'm not.
And we can let the Fearbolgs do it if you really don't want to do it.
I'm not particularly fond of the idea of putting myself in danger.
Then don't. We just take on. We rest while the others disguised.
It's not that.
Gale is acceptable.
I'm absolutely up for it. I want.
The thing shouldn't even get to you if what we assume is right. Like, it doesn't seem to have ranged attacks.
That's
it's just breaking down the door.
I'm not trying to fight the thing one-on-one. I'm more just trying to keep it in one place so that way we can all pounce on it.
Yeah. We'll all be there.
Aye.
Or near enough.
Especially if there's more than one.
So it sounds like we have an action plan for the night.
Yep. Now I just need the DM to come back.
Connor,
come back!
Connor, come back!
You blame it
on Kate. Sorry, Kate, you were the one singing along, so you got.
I know. Okay, I gotta admit, out of character, I really wanted to do it, and also,
I know you did.
I know,
but use her spell slots.
Yeah, but we're probably gonna
I
get into a
haven't
fight.
used a spell in years.
Here's the thing. That's kind of what rogue spell slots are for.
Yeah.
You can also use them for things like rope trick and hide in your little hidey hole.
Well,
I left and got noodles.
Yeah, Jill's only 50% here on this plan.
We're just disguised.
You don't have to worry about that because you're not going to be disguised, so it doesn't matter.
No, because here's the thing.
Just be ready to shoot.
Here's the motherfucking tea. Rope trick and phantasmal force and all that stuff, and invisibility, they're second level spells. Disguise is a first level spell. I can use my first level spells.
Yeah.
I don't need them.
If you want to do it.
Erudite really does not want to do it. She's already died once. And this seems like a very, very...
Just put Mercy in makeup. It'll work out fine.
That worked last time.
Sonny just randomly grew horns.
So, did you guys decide what you're going to be doing?
Yeah,
Yes,
we decided
gonna
like
do
2 minutes ago.
A conga line back into town.
Yeah.
Hey. Okay. So you're gonna make your way back to the town. As you do so, it is approaching like what 3-ish by this point. So it's still
So, I mean,
afternoon.
we could potentially take a long rest and then be up for the whole night.
You very well could.
I'm gonna suggest that because I don't have either of my second level spell slots or any of my luck. But it's up to y'all.
If it's 3 o'clock,
I zoned out. I'm sorry.
If it's 3 o'clock, you'd get up at 9, so there'd still be like a 6-hour or 3-hour like between when it gets dark at 8 o'clock.
It's summer, so it gets dark later.
Yeah, you can make it work. And we should do rounds though if we're doing long rests, because I don't trust like completely. I mean, the whole town is pretty much in the center. I can take my rest last. Erudite will like volunteer take last watch. Oh well, she has to make the bubbles, so she can't really take watches, can she?
Well, Thea can take first watch because again, she hasn't really done anything to take damage or need rest. Yada yada.
I'll take a watch. If I could take it with Mercy, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah, Morgan hasn't taken any damage, so she's fine.
I was only slightly hungry before this, Jill.
Don't my noodles smell good?
Oh my god.
They taste really good. You're a monster.
I'm so hungry though now. Because I didn't eat at all yesterday, basically.
Man, I love noodles.
I also love noodles, and there's no noodle places around here. It sucks.
If we are just considering resting for the evening and then preparing for whatever comes this way, might I go to the market?
And get beets.
Yes.
What can you do with beets? You keep mentioning this.
It's also the assumption that there's beets here.
I assume there's a farm or two nearby. Shouldn't be too hard to find.
Go wild, man.
But I only ask this if there's nothing immediately requiring our attention, if we're just going to rest.
Currently, no. Although I think we were going to ask some people about if they've seen this LaCroix figure around.
Then I shall leave you to that. I'm not the best of people.
Yep, that's the only thing we need to do until night comes, so go wild.
Erudite wants to do something, but it's not really.
Hey, it's gonna go to the inn because we've made our plans, I think.
It's not important at the moment.
Have we made our plans? What are we doing tonight?
You're resting. What you're doing is you're resting before night, so then you guys can stay awake for basically the entire night.
And at some point during this long rest, we should probably either convince Sonny to stay hidden inside his house or stay hidden outside of his house so that way it doesn't try to come here to look for him.
Well, I have 2 persuasion, so I'm just gonna ask people about LaCroix.
I have
LaCroix.
a thought.
Mm-hmm.
If you would indulge me. I am a bit of an outsider, and I enjoy sleeping in the wilderness. Perhaps you could invite the Sunny into the bubble to potentially draw any harmful people, or whatever these bodies are, to him. This way that if they try to attack, they cannot.
The problem with the bubble is 1, Rudy has to stay inside it. And 2, you can't see into it, so they wouldn't
know he's in there.
Maybe they can smell him.
Can you smell through the bubble?
Yes.
I thought you could change its appearance to whatever you like. Couldn't you make it essentially transparent?
I could. Again, this is not a plan I'm a fan of because I have to stay in there and then it would be attacking me. And if they have the ability to dispel magic, be a very, very easy target.
At least it would waste that potential spell on the bubble instead of potentially producing some harming effect.
It would also leave him very open.
I think the likelihood of some corpses knowing Dispel Magic is low, but my fear is if Lacroix is with them. I could see
Exactly
knowing that spell.
I do. If he's a
and if he really wanted Sunny dead,
yep,
then we'd be putting him in a lot of danger.
Yes.
So
he is a
not
cleric.
a bad idea, but
I do remember Caloran mentioned he could do Dispel, and he was also a cleric. So it's very possible.
Well, whatever you decide, I'm going to go get beats.
I'm going to bed.
Yeah, we have two very good ideas. Whichever one we do, whatever.
Are we
to the inn.
staying in the inn, or are we staying in the bubble?
I mean,
it's up to you.
I don't think it really matters since we're sleeping during the day.
I still think people should take watches, but all right.
I mean,
I'll be out and about, like watching things for the first couple of hours. That's essentially a first watch. If someone wants to come with me,
I'll come with you then.
Otherwise, we can just sleep in the inn.
I'm asleep.
Rent the room again. I don't know.
All right.
Aren't there people staying in the inn?
There are.
Check them out.
Yeah.
It's an inn during the day. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
That is fair. So yeah, you guys could say we need to use these rooms so you can sleep and be ready for the night.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Which I think they'll give us because we're protecting them.
This is also true.
We're trying to save their lives.
This is also quite fair. You guys, who isn't sleeping? I should ask.
Morgan's
I would like 2 beats and do something for Maddie first.
Oh yes. So you need 25 gold worth of beats?
Yes.
You will likely not be able to buy that many beets, but you would be able to buy that much in assorted vegetation and fruits.
I suppose it will do.
Okay.
I will buy it.
That works.
I think me and Dea are doing a...
We're kind of going around the village.
Going around the village.
I'm probably going to talk to some of the mill workers, maybe the innkeeper, and ask if they've...
I'm not muted. I started talking to Jill about something.
And ask if they've seen, and then like describe Lacroix and ask if they've seen someone like that.
All right.
Gotcha. So you're gonna ask around and see if you can pin down whether or not he was here.
Yeah.
All right. Fair point. All right. So I'll have you guys going around doing that. Why is there no music? Come on, music.
There hasn't been music for a while,
What
actually.
the fuck, music? Eat my ass.
Ugh.
There we go. She masturbating. Yeah, she is. So let's go with Maddie and Addix for the time being, because I'll get to you guys in just a second, okay? About the talking to and asking people. Alrighty?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Maddie,
Yes.
do you have a spare moment?
Sure.
I realized that I don't think after the events earlier today, I realized I don't think I've ever properly thanked you for saving my life the last few days.
Yeah.
And as thanks, you had said you had an interest in the ritual that would peer into the future. I would be willing to do that for you now if you would like.
Oh. Okay.
If you do not want to,
No,
we
no,
do
no.
not have to, but I
No,
figured
no. You took the
since
time.
we seem to be at a quiet moment.
You took the time to ask me. So I'll do it.
So, how much is 25 gold worth of assorted fruits and vegetables?
It's a lot.
Oh, heck yeah.
It's quite a bit. Like you probably are going to be using like enough food for someone to have like for a week. It's a lot.
Oh, wow. I'm going to start by outlining 2 circles with some of the food.
Okay.
And instruct Mandy to sit in one, and I'll be seeing the other. And then I just sort of start shaping druidic runes rather, out of the other food and like this cool designs around the 2 circles.
Okay.
And then I will sit down and I will ritually cast divination.
Alrighty.
I'll begin to do that. And as I do so, I'll ask, who would you like me to check on?
It's only one person, right?
Divination. Your magic and offering you put in contact with a god or god's servants. You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days. I will offer a truthful reply through a short phrase, cryptic rhyme, or omen. It does not take into account any possible circumstances that may change, such as casting of spells or blah 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 blah. Yeah, the other parts aren't really relevant. Go ahead.
Okay. I'd like to know where Emily is.
Might not be able to find that, but I might be able to discern where she's heading within this next week.
Okay.
And I will cast the spell and ask where Emily's destination is. Like, what's her goal? Where is she? Is she trying to go somewhere? And if so, where is that kind of thing?
Okay, so I'll just say, ask the question a bit more clearly, because I could take that in a lot of different ways.
Yeah.
Okay. Where is Emily heading to? Or like, where is that a specific question, or do there need to be more specific with this?
Hang on. Goal event or activity. So goal event or activity.
Concerning a specific.
Just ask a question concerning.
Okay. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask, where is Emily going to achieve her current objective?
The response you will receive in return is how would you get this response?
I don't know. Technically, I don't follow a deity.
Yeah, you're a druid.
But you could also throw out a deity there if you wanted to. I don't, because that's what the spell says. So
I could throw out a what?
You could throw a deity at me if you want to. It is what the spell says.
I know what you'll get. Addix's eyes will glaze over and roll back into the back of his head as his vision takes him elsewhere. Addix, you see... Oh, did I say Gale?
No, you said Alex.
No,
okay, I thought I accidentally said Gale.
No, it's okay.
Addix, you see... from the perspective of something a bit lower down to the ground, you are looking down at what looks to be almost like a pit. It descends deep into the ground in a landscape you do not recognize, of dull crimson and stone, moving and twitching with periodic spasms throughout the landscape. You look down into the pit, and you know she is there. And you know She will do as she has been trying for the last few years. Survive, wait, hope. Try to get home. Try to get out. You plod away from this hole, knowing there's nothing you can do. And you feel the world around you twist and spin. And then you find yourself sitting in what looks like a city. Crowded streets nearby as you make your way into a little alleyway and just kind of sit and wait. Look at the nearby bakery. And just kind of look down at the puddle at your feet. And you see the face of a dog looking back.
Fucking try.
And that will be what you see. Thankfully, I can get cryptic. Haha.
Yes. Addix will return to himself.
Yes.
And he will take a moment to just sort of sit there with his eyes closed and just sort of process what he saw.
Addix?
She is alive. I can tell you that much.
Thank God.
That being said, I got the sense that she's trapped.
Trapped?
Yes, in some pit of the landscape was shifting.
Shift?
It was very strange. I've never seen anything like it. She wants to survive and have hope. And she wants to come home, but she is unable to.
So, she's been there all this time?
Yes, I got the sense that she's been there for several years.
God. I don't...
And then I saw something else that was quite strange.
What?
The vision changed, and suddenly I was from this desolate landscape to a city near what looked like a bakery. I'm not sure what that meant. All I know is that apparently I inhabited the form of a dog, and it was this dog that I was seeing what Emily sees, or has been going through.
Oh, God.
I'm afraid I don't know what any of that means. But I hope it offers you some comfort.
Oh my God. Wait, so the dog, is that happening in the next few days? Or did that happen in the past? Or what?
I am uncertain, but if I had to take a guess, I would have to say that the dog returns to this bakery since Emily cannot, hoping and waiting for something. Though, through the limits of the spell, in theory, the dog might be returning to this bakery within the next week.
Next week? Did you know what the dog looked like?
I could...
I mean, I have my suspicions of what probably the dog might be.
I don't think I've had a chance to take a short rest at this point. Have I?
No.
Okay. I could show you in the morning when I have the ability to turn into animals.
It's fine, Addix.
Since if we are to potentially engage in something before I am well rested, I would not want to burn the spell slot to summon a dog.
Summon dog.
Summon
dog.
You can what now?
As I summoned the foxes, I could probably summon a dog that looked like the one that I was inhabiting.
You don't have to. if it's coming.
I'll show you in the morning if that is
Yeah.
okay with you.
No, it's fine. I'm glad she's alive. So that just means she's been trapped there. Wherever she is.
And she wants to come home. I would hope that means to you.
God, I feel so guilty now.
For what?
I really thought maybe she left because she didn't like me.
Addix will pull Maddie into a hug. You are one of the kindest people I have ever met, young Maddie. I don't think anyone could hate you. I think I don't have any kids myself, but I feel like if I had a kid like you, I would always want to return to them. And I'm sure she's fighting as hard as she can every day to try and get to you. Perhaps in time, I will be able to put my gaze upon her, as Zuri described, as I think I am also capable of casting that spell at some point.
Well, Maddie's like crying right now, but like it's just like she's a relief, but also like I don't know, shocked, I guess.
Alex is just hugging her and like kind of rubbing her back, trying to be as comfortable as possible. I will help you find your mother if you would like me to.
You do, Addix. I really need to know if she was okay.
Seems like for the time being she is, if not fighting.
Okay. Okay. I'm not sure what to do after this. Just...
I mean, that's pretty much all I got.
Yeah, that's right.
What else needs to be done? I can't remember.
Asking townsfolk if they've seen LaCroix?
Oh yeah. So asking around, you would eventually receive confirmation that LaCroix was somewhere around here. The innkeeper.
That's the bitch.
Yeah, the innkeeper will specifically tell you that he did at one point speak to this Mr. Lacroix.
Did he rent a room?
He did not rent a room. He was simply asking for a drink and a meal, and then he made his way out and he kept traveling. He just struck him as kind of an odd traveler who happened to be passing by, but it was about a week ago by this point.
It's about a week ago, and it's been 2 weeks for me. So, how long has it been since the family first got killed? About a week.
About a week.
Okay.
Beep.
Okay. Well, that kind of confirms my suspicions. I don't really know what else to ask, though.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, to be honest, that was probably the best information you could have gotten. I couldn't think of much else. So, basically, are you guys just doing this while everybody else is going to start taking a rest?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're resting in like rounds.
Gotcha.
Is what we decided.
So who would be resting? Who would be not resting with Addix?
I guess isn't it Maddie? Wasn't that? Oh no, were you?
No, they just.
I was doing that thing before.
Okay.
The watches just.
Yeah.
I'm with Dea.
Spells.
I know Mercy. I know Mercy and Morgan. So.
I mean, honestly, I think Maddie
just
would
say
sleep after that.
Galen Rowe.
Maddie's been through a lot of emotional stuff. She's
So
tired.
she might just sleep. Okay. So Gale, Roe, and Addix, you guys. Well, Roe's probably gonna sleep.
Yeah, no, Ro's gonna sleep. We all know this.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
I was saying, I went, well, I know the answer.
So it's Gale and Addix.
So it's Gale and Addix.
Ro needs a beauty sleep.
Gale doesn't need to rest at all. Like,
Gotcha. So you're just staying awake?
yeah.
What are you doing?
Honestly, Gale was thinking of trying to. So, what was it? Sonny mentioned that it was that he saw Ernie standing outside. Was the front or the back of the house?
Where is?
He saw him out of one of the windows.
Yeah.
Just one of the windows. All right.
Yes.
Gale's probably going to spend some time just walking around Sonny's house just to see if he notices anything like weird or anything that looks like dead flesh or anything like that.
Gotcha. Addix, what would you be doing while he is making his patrol?
I'd probably just be helping him, honestly.
Gotcha. You are watching his patrol as he begins looking around. Gale, do you want to make a perception check, or are you going to do like your divine sense, or I'm guessing you're going to do like.
I don't have any divine sense left, and it's been so limited at this point. I'm just going to do perception.
Okay, just roll perception.
That's a 15.
Gotcha. Nadix, you want to help him?
Yep.
Go ahead.
That's a 17.
So Addix, you would note where it is. It's off in this distance.
I think I see something over here.
Yeah, you think you note something in a bit of a scent.
All right, let's check it out.
We check.
Yeah, we go over to it.
Do we die?
No.
Connor's dead.
Making your way over to the object, you find that there is what appears to be a little bit of decaying material nearby. It looks like it may have been flesh at one point. So you think Sonny may very well have seen what he claimed. He wasn't totally drunk.
Yeah. Is there any sort of like that helps. Is there any sort of like trail to follow with it or anything like that?
There would likely be a bit of a trail you could start following after, but it'll head further off into the woods.
Okay. Is it like from the back side of his house or like the front of his house?
It is near like the front left side of his house.
All right, from the side.
Basically, like he was kind of like standing like near a clearing, near where his house is facing off to.
Okay.
And, like he was standing from there watching, and then went off in another direction further into the woods.
Okay. And just looking in that direction, there isn't like anything staring at us or anything in the moment, right?
No, there's nothing immediately staring at you. You know that this direction would likely lead off near the graveyard, at the very least. You
Okay.
could very well head towards it in that direction or near it.
All right.
As you guys have made plenty of trips to that spot.
Yeah. All right. Well, at least we have an idea of where this thing came from. I don't want to go chasing it. Well, we'll head back. We'll head back.
And Addix looks at you and goes, indeed. I think I'm going to keep poking around for a bit. Don't worry, I'll catch up.
I do that, actually. Apparently.
Spooky.
What?
Alex.
Yes.
What part of sticking together did you forget?
I'll only be a moment.
No, you won't. Do what you got to do.
Okay.
No, you got things to do. I'll help out.
You chose the wrong person to ditch.
He's stuck with addicts. Damn him.
Gail is on to like 1,000% on the no one goes off alone boat, and he has been for like 3. He got mad at Morgan for trying to take a phone call alone. Like,
Yeah, good for him.
he chose the wrong.
We're gonna die.
Uh-huh. That's not what I'm doing right now. Hold on a second.
We're all gonna fucking die.
Can I take, since I want to take a closer look around, can I take a look at the flesh? Can I like determine if it's like human or if it's like something else?
Yes, it is definitely humanoid.
Cool.
You can roll you can roll a medicine check to make sure.
Sure. 26.
26. Excellent. Good roll.
Thank you. Making up for my 3 nat ones.
Finally.
Yeah.
All right. So you kind of take a look at the chunk of flesh, and you know for a fact this is almost certainly humanoid. You're not entirely sure what kind of humanoid, but humanoid. Mm-hmm. You kind of poke around at it for a little bit, and then you kind of think to yourself, what was they doing? Oh, well. You can't remember what you were doing.
Do I not remember anything else, or?
You were following Gale, and there was something you wanted to do, and you don't remember what you're going to do.
What were we up to, Gale?
We were looking around a bit, seeing if we could find anything. We found that. You were poking at it. I suggested we were going to go back, but you're the one who said you had something to do.
I did?
Aye. Seemed important. You said you'd catch up.
Yeah. Was that a problem?
Alex, do you remember the conversation I've just kept having with people where nobody goes off alone?
I'm sorry. Gale.
What?
I know that you have the ability to sense things a bit more keen than others. Is there any chance you can sense to see if there's anything wrong with me? I'm worried after some of the things that happened earlier that perhaps my mind is still not my own.
Well, I can't do anything that's power-based. I've been doing that a lot the past couple of days. I need to rest before I can do it again. But you didn't smell like anything that I could smell or hear before when I extended my senses.
That is reassuring, at least. I ask that you potentially keep an eye on me until things get cleared up.
I can do that. Just stand there a second. Gil's gonna just kind of give him a once over. Just honestly, he's gonna start by focusing on the eyes and just notice if there's like anything that just looks off about him.
The BA. Oh God. Insight. I almost said sense motive again.
Yeah.
Can I give him advantage because I'm being as like open and like everything as possible?
Yeah, sure.
It's a 17.
He looks like addicts. A bit confused, definitely, but he still looks like addicts. There's no change in the way his eyes are looking at you or looking around. Perhaps a bit of a glaze that you noted a little while ago, but it's not there anymore.
Gale's gonna really quickly look right behind him.
You do not see
like out into the woods.
Behind Addicts or behind you?
Behind Addicts. Behind Addicts.
Okay, you do not know anything behind Addicts. Good thought, though.
I'll keep an eye on you.
Thank you.
Just don't be mad if I have to break your leg or something.
No, I can always heal it later.
Aye.
Yeah.
I won't do it if I won't do it if I don't have to, of course. I hope you don't think I just like breaking people's legs. You're not a fiend, so I don't have to worry about that. Do you not remember what it is that you were going to do?
No.
He didn't sound any different when he said that, did he? It just sounded like Addicts saying that he had something to do.
Connor?
I said, yep.
Okay. All right. All right, let's get back to the group. Just so we have at least one more pair of eyes on you.
Yes, I also must finish my rest, but thank you, Gal. I'm not entirely sure what would happen if you had not been here.
No problem. That's my job. I stand to defend the light. I stand at the edge of it.
Addicts
I'm not letting people go off. Come on.
Before this again, Addicts will give Gale a hug. Just
Gale will return the hug back. Kind of as the hug breaks, kind of just pat him on the shoulder, and he'll kind of have one hand a little bit on Addicts' back, and kind of as they kind of get into town, he's going to take one more look at the woods.
Perception check. It's like that. It's like that really quick look back you do when you're not sure if someone's following you. Like,
yeah, it's a 14.
You do not know anybody behind you.
All right. Yeah. Continue on.
Okay,
back to the group.
Continue on. So, making your way back into the town, you know it all looks to be the same. Is there still that air of caution? We'll say that. Do you guys want to say that you were the last watch, and then we'll move on?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Wait, no. There was
I think Mercy wanted to talk. Morgan wanted to talk to Morgan.
Morgan, you guys are next.
Yeah. So we were second watch.
Okay. In that case, Mercy, Morgan.
Give me 2 seconds. Shit.
I'd say Morgan's the one that wanted to harass Mercy.
I know. I was eating crackers and it's not polite. Mercy.
Huh?
I had a bit of an odd question about something you said in front of Miss Lacroix.
And I probably have an odd answer.
Why can't you see your siblings? Or what did she say? You don't even know where they are?
I'm not supposed to know where they are. And I only really have vague ideas. It's a safety measure. We had originally planned to go as a group. And then Raoul, my godfather, pointed out that going as a group means we would get caught as a group. And if one of us gets caught, he could torture us into telling where the other two are. So, keeping each other all at arm's distance and not knowing where the other is keeps us safe. Like I said, I've broke the rule a little bit. I've known where they are in the past. That's why I've sent letters occasionally. I think only a few have ever made it to him. And if they did, I never heard back. But I'm not supposed to know where they are. For safety.
He's just that fuck. That. Do you think after we deal with him, do you want to see them again? Or
more than likely, yeah. I mean, I don't really. I know I call them my siblings and I care about them, but I don't know them that well. We only knew each other for a few months. Closer to former wolves than I am them. Maybe an opportunity to get to know them, but if they don't want me in their life, they're more than welcome to. I know some people wouldn't. Be kind of a bad reminder of bad things.
Yeah. Sort of peak emotional. Well, that actually, and you're serious about helping me, right? Finding my brother?
No, I just said stuff to make you stay. Of course I'm telling you. Yeah, Jill is torturing, I'm trying to move her. Trying to move towards something. No, I just saying things to make you say, yes, I'm gonna help you.
Jill, I'm trying to, I want to sit down.
It's just...
Go ahead, sorry.
Does that extend to anyone else? If I was looking for someone?
It depends on what you're looking for and why.
I think it's part of just... I don't know if it's just because I'm that unlucky or because of what I've done, but for some reason, most of the people I care about end up just... or people who are important in my life disappear on me in some manner. And some of them I'd like to see, some I'd like to see again. Some I'd like to, well, there's other things. But I just want to make sure, I just out of curiosity, I'm sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, I could help. As long as you're not asking me to, like, go murder children.
Most people I know, you do know that to me, you are all basically children, correct?
You're too short to think of me as no, you're short. You're a child. I'm adult.
I am 108 years old.
You also have to remember, Mercy did just wake up, so her brain's not working yet.
You do remember that.
And our boss is even older, and yet he's still a little bitch.
That reminds me. The other day when we went to Lucky Sapphire, your dog, while your dog was getting shaved and the glass was broken, what were you doing?
Mercy's just gonna sigh, and I'm gonna assume Kaya's with her and look at her poor dog.
Morgan pets him gently on the head.
I may have stolen something.
You stole something from him.
I got close to getting away with it. I was so damn close. If I didn't care so much about my dog, I love you, Kai. I would never abandon you. Please note I'm not being mean when I say this. I would have gotten away with his wedding ring.
His wedding ring?
Yeah, I was going to use it and pretend to propose to Minerva to her. But that didn't work, and she turned my dog's tail yellow.
Do you think you'll ever make a repeat performance?
Of the ring? Probably not. But I have a couple plans in the back burner that I'm probably gonna try to work up. I'm gonna have to talk to Ashton again. I wonder if there's any naturally occurring blue wood.
I was asking whether or not you wanted any help. if you wanted to try again.
Oh, you're more than welcome to help. Just know I can and will throw you under the bus.
I'll be fine.
Cart. Under the cart.
I could... If I could get an image of it, if I could see it, I couldn't probably make a duplicate.
Yeah, but the problem would be getting it off him and then putting the duplicate on. I struggled as I was trying to get it off him. And by that I mean I cheated.
I wonder if I could run faster than him. But he does have that coin.
He has a coin, and he also summoned an elemental to attack me in the middle of town.
How did he... You know, one of these days, we do have to sit down and ask him where on earth he gets all of his wonderful toys.
Well, as you pointed out, he's older than us. He's had a while to collect things.
It's... How old do you think he is? Or did I already tell them? I can't remember.
You have not.
Yes.
You haven't told us. I'm going to be real with you, Maury. Once people hit the age of, like, looking like they're physically 20, it all just kind of blends together to me until they start graying.
Well, yes, but he doesn't look much older than I do, does he?
30s. Give or take. I don't know what that is, an elf, but...
No, but... He's nearly 400.
And what does...
He's middle-aged at that point. Elves live close to around 700 years.
Looks good for his age.
That's the point. I don't know what's up with him.
I just kind of figured we'll eventually get it out of him. I mean, kind of a shady dude, even though he's our boss.
Yeah. Well,
Still 90% sure he might actually be a dragon.
You mean he's not? I'm sorry.
If he is a dragon and his wife married a dragon and she was a dragon, I'm gonna say she's got a kink.
Then why is it that you're pursuing them and Rose not?
Because Ro makes slightly better life decisions sometimes. And her smarter life decisions are not going after a married couple that could kill her. She'll still go after married people, yes. She's still a homewrecker. But she's not completely stupid.
You're not either.
I'm pretty dumb.
You didn't nearly take a deal with someone who could promise to fix all your problems.
No, instead I took a deal with a god that's chained up somewhere.
Well, yeah, that's very stupid. Do we know this? Should we have rolled a perception check at some point? I feel like we should have.
No. Because he already rolled his stealth check. And he rolled quite well with invisibility.
Fuck!
While you guys are having your conversation, Addix gets up from his place where he was sleeping.
Oh, God.
Begins to walk off into town.
Do we see him?
Gale just stands up immediately.
He is invisible.
Addix is?
He cast invisibility.
Oh.
I have a perception of...
I have a perception of 17.
He rolled an 18, so only one of you will be able to catch him.
I would have noticed. I have a 23.
Yep, you hear the sound of somebody moving away.
Gale's gonna mention to follow. Gale is gonna try to look for him.
Is Alex... Like, do we see his...
That's an 11.
I have a question. I have a question. As I hear this movement... Will it work? Will Hunt's calling work if I can't see it, but I know it's there?
I'm pretty sure with a lot of Hunter's Mark spells, you'd have to see
If he went,
useless.
So if he went invisible,
yep,
It only lasts 6 seconds.
Yeah, Gale knows how long it lasts.
Nope.
Gale is
Or no,
That's,
you
that's,
have
the
that's the mention
invisibility
that he has
spell.
the invisibility spell.
okay. Well,
Mhm.
Gale's still
Circle
gonna
of the
head in the.
grassland.
Gale's gonna head in the direction of where they were before.
Gotcha.
Gale's just
Oh,
gonna motion
Daya's
to everyone
gonna-
to follow.
Do we
Well,
see
No,
him?
Dave's trying to follow the. What?
Okay.
So hold on. Gale, you're going off in the direction he was before.
Yep.
Okay. Dea, you want to follow where you're hearing the noise.
Yes.
Okay. So you
Uh,
guys are heading off in 2 different directions.
Oh, God,
question: Can I put on my glasses?
No, detect magic cannot see invisibility.
That's right. Okay, I have to have see invisibility. I forgot about that.
Two
Okay.
very different things. I know
Yep,
the
yep,
trick,
yep.
it doesn't work.
I know.
Okay,
No.
yeah.
I couldn't remember.
If Daya's going in a different direction, Gale will follow her.
Gotcha.
She's better at tracking things.
I don't have any spell. I mean, I don't know if I would have had time to do a cane recovery at some point.
You took a rest.
Took a rest.
Okay, I have dispel magic.
Yeah. What's your passive?
It's not close to any of that.
You're right. You didn't see him.
I mean, I'm trying to tell everyone.
There was only one person who knows that he's left. It's fucking Dea.
Yeah,
Does
and
she-
I'm trying to. Everyone's just doing stuff anyway.
No, if she's trying to, I will go with Dave.
I heard someone get up and I go, "Who's there? Who's moving?" I don't see anyone, but I notice Addix isn't there. So I follow and I try to tell everyone that Addix is missing, and I hear someone invisible.
No.
I will follow Dea.
His bedroll is not gone. So you will follow with Dea.
Yeah.
Dea, you're waking them up.
I'm kind of shouting to wake up, but I'm keeping track of this. I'm not losing the invisible person.
Okay. So
okay, Gale didn't sleep, so he was awake the whole time.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
you are
Gale,
awake the entire time.
yeah,
You're
and
good,
someone
don't
else
worry.
is awake, so Gale can rouse and follow me.
And I assume that means also Moy and Mercy are up since they were talking when this happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's going
Okay.
on, everyone?
That means I can get my one back.
Gale's just going to motion to follow.
Yep.
And go.
Following the Dea.
All right. Falling behind Dea, you're relying completely on sound alone.
Wouldn't he leave footsteps though?
He is invisible right now.
Okay,
But
invisible
he does
doesn't
have-
mean that you're weightless.
He is leaving footprints behind, which you don't
I've
know.
had a lot of practice over the last
She
few
does.
days.
Can I help look and give advantage?
No, she's already tracking him.
Oh, I'm stupid.
on, guys,
I'm very, very
chill
stupid.
out.
Oh, chill out. Oh yeah, this guy just randomly walks off who's part of our party. Oh yeah, chill out, guys. It's fine.
You guys are so upset. It's like he's just going to go take a bath.
Yeah, he went invisible to do that. Mm-hmm.
Loud.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Your mic is different right now. I don't know what you did.
I'm closer to it.
So you follow behind the noise you are hearing, Dea. With a couple of people trailing behind you. Addicts, you don't really care that they're following you. And eventually you find a spot in the town that you think will work well, at least in your mind. Right now it feels like it'll work well. And you begin to spend your 3rd level spell slot and you cast Yellow Sign on the wall.
Counterspell!
You don't see him!
Oh, shit.
Dumbass.
Fuck.
Do we see?
No. He is
Ugh.
invisible while he's casting the spell, so by the time it
damn
goes
it.
off, it's gone off.
Oh.
Shit.
I don't know what it does.
Hmm.
Can
So all of you are followed behind him.
Yeah.
This is the thing I was hoping you wouldn't do. I need some wisdom saving throws with
Yeah.
Addix's DC as the DC.
Mm.
As you have spent,
Which
you just spent a 3rd level spell slot to cast Yellow Sign on the wall, and it affects everybody who sees it.
Okay.
That's a 20 from Gale.
what's
Pass.
the
Nice.
Okay, Connor.
what's the DC?
This
Yes.
is important for
Oh,
Oh,
I think I
right.
passed. No, I passed.
Wait,
16,
do I
I
get-
passed.
Do I get
I
advantage?
passed.
Loud.
Do
I get
I
it.
get advantage?
Nope.
Because
Not a
elf.
charm effect.
It's not a charm effect.
It
Okay.
is not a charm effect.
Does that
Nope.
fail?
Everybody but Gale and
Rudy.
Rudy failed.
And
My
Will, because
DC
he
is
didn't follow.
16.
Oh yeah, and Rhoda stayed behind, didn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She was sleeping.
Sometimes laziness is the best answer.
Yeah.
Mercy, Maddie. Mercy rolled twice? Oh, luck.
I used luck.
Mercy, Maddie, Dea.
That sucks.
Morgan, you guys are all inflicted with the fear. You are all frightened for 1 minute, and you must succeed. Oh yes.
You must
what? About that.
What?
Question. Can
No
I
natural- Oh shit.
Can I just spell magic?
What have
on
you
someone?
done?
I can't hear anything. What's going on?
Tell me what I get with Nat 1.
Maddie, you are frightened and are babbling madly.
Oh God. Oh.
You joined addicts. We're brainwashed.
Congratulations.
The healers are brainwashed. This is amazing.
Can I dispel magic on any of them?
The minute the sign is seen, it disappears.
Okay, but no, that's not what I'm asking. Can I? Because
If you can
get
dispel
rid,
magic on them,
it gets rid of an effect.
It goes effect. You can try
I will attempt to do it on Maddie.
On Maddie. All right. What level are you casting dispel magic at? It's a 3rd level spell, right?
I'll cast it at 4th level.
You cast it at 4th level.
I will cast it at my highest level possible.
It succeeds. Maddie, you're no longer afraid, and you're no longer inflicted by the insane condition.
Thank God. Oh my God.
Everybody else is still terrified.
Can I use
Gale,
emotion?
you're conscious. my
Morgan
connection
has-
to the server has been interrupted.
Yeah.
God
Oh.
damn it.
My Morgan has wrapped her her scarf is now to her eyebrows, and she's on the ground.
Erudite. Fuck it. Erudite's gonna. I'm just gonna use all the fucking dispels. If she sees it works, she's going to attempt to do it on everybody she possibly can.
Jeez. Okay.
Yeah, you know
now
what?
I'll point
Fuck
out, Jace.
Yes.
Since I know where you might go with this, Axe is just kind of standing there blankly.
First thing Gale's gonna do, Gale's gonna look around. Does he see anybody here in the square or wherever they
This
are?
time, since you guys took a rest in the early afternoon tonight, no. Basically, everybody else is asleep.
All right.
In that brief moment where you guys all saw this sign, you saw. Hold on. This.
Don't like that.
All right. So first things first, Gale's gonna run up and he's literally gonna hit Addicts with the fucking hammer. Oh yeah.
Guys, Gale doesn't fuck around.
Yeah.
You don't. All right. Roll to hit Addicts.
Yeah.
Sorry, Cole.
Back to the shoulders, and he's going full reckless. Haven't quite raised yet, so.
I'm going to point this out.
This is the Gale
With this
I
spell,
know.
there is only one way to go insane. You roll a natural 1.
Hey.
So it's a good thing you
Alright,
chose
so
Maddie first.
that's a 20.
The babbling thing. I was like, don't like that.
Hit. Fuck me.
Get
Addicts,
fucked. Oh my God.
you wake up. You are now back in control of yourself. You just got smashed with a hammer.
Stay there, and he's gonna pop. We're instantly gonna pop detect magic, and he's gonna make one more sweep just in case there's anything anything else that's going on with this magic, or if that symbol's still there or anything.
You note the faint fading effects from the yellow sign, which was planted onto the wall, as this begins to dissipate after the effect was expended.
Second hit, he's gonna hit the wall.
Okay. Okay. You roll hit the wall.
Just in case.
You know, fair, buddy.
That's 15.
I mean, you hit the
to
wall.
wall. Yeah.
And it's basically a siege weapon, so it does double damage.
Yep.
So 22 bludgeoning and 6 necrotic, because I don't think the necrotic would double.
No.
Yeah. Yeah. You completely ripped through this wall. You just kind of hit it side on, so you just feel the planks begin to splinter as you ram through it sideways, and the board just go and now there's this giant gouge in the wall as there is a big fucking gap in the side of this wall. You hear the building creak slightly.
Question: did they mention earlier about the babbling that Addix did?
We would have mentioned it at some point.
Probably would have mentioned it, yes.
Yeah, she's gonna dispel on Addix as well. Because I don't know what's going at 4th. Because she saw it worked on Matt.
Spending another
Well, it sounded like you were doing everyone else first, to be fair. Also, you don't necessarily like Addix. I don't feel like you'd be good.
Yeah, but he's also part of the team. That's the thing. At this point, yeah.
He's been here the whole time.
He's been here the whole time.
No, yes.
I don't
He's
like
been nothing but nothing but help.
Here's the thing. He's been useful.
What are you doing?
I'm doing Dispel at 4th level on Addix.
Okay. The insanity effect on you fades away, Addix, as you realize what you were doing.
And then
Has enough time passed by this point?
With all the panic that is going on, with the wall that has just been destroyed.
Yeah.
Fucking hell, Jace.
Yep.
You're a human wrecking ball.
Yep.
He's a fearful wrecking ball. Get it
I think they are.
Simple solutions.
That's true.
Simple solutions. If the wall's not there, it can't hold a spell.
I mean, you're not wrong.
That tracks.
With all of this, you guys are beginning to become less afraid of this. And I will point out with the frightened effect, you probably should technically be running away. But since the sign goes away immediately, you just kind of stand there, freaking out.
Mouse is gonna look up as she's snapping out and go, Gale, come on now.
Gale is going to take a moment in the middle of this fucking square and shout, "Oi! Asshole! You're gonna fuck with my friends! Come do it to my face! Fight me toe to toe, you fucking coward!"
You.
Mouse is gonna pull out her sword. She's got a bad feeling about
Dea draws her weapons and is like, "Stop fucking around and show yourself."
Do you think? Jill just said, "Well, he's snoring."
If anyone was curious.
Ro misses the fight.
Don't worry. She'll step into this fight in a little while. You begin shouting this as you hear a faint gurgling noise.
Not at full HP or spells because I didn't finish my rest.
Addicts.
I can't believe we're going to kill Cole's character.
Oh no! Addicts, you are. I'll be nice. You're at full because trust me.
I mean, you're not at full anyway.
Minus 20.
Yes, I mean you're less full. Minus hammer.
Minus hammer and minus invisibility and
Yeah, he's down to 3rd level and a 2nd level spell slot.
Yeah,
I'm
down 4th levels.
I told Nat in message. But you hear a faint gurgling coming from around the corner.
Gonna rage and run at it.
Okay.
You rage and run at it, and you see around the corner a little ways, Mr. Lacroix holding a civilian around the throat, where you see a large gouge has developed, and they are bleeding out, and they have died in his hand. And he looks at you.
Yeah, see, this is why he's a bad boy.
Question: is it someone we recognize?
No, it's just another civilian.
Is he within 30 feet?
He is within 30 feet, so you'll get an attack on him.
Gale's gonna throw a fucking javelin at him.
Oh, God damn!
Reckless.
How about it? Nope. This is between Gale and Mr.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. I think this is like a round before combat, and then we're probably gonna end the session.
And I have 2 attacks, so it's 2 javelins. It's a 25 on the first, and then a 16 on the second.
I think that will miss.
Okay.
Because he does also have arcane armor.
All right.
That bitch.
Yep.
That's 12 points of damage.
So, it slams into his side, right into his shoulder, and he... Well done.
Fuck you.
Zangaya.
Oh, God.
As he releases the dead body from the throat. and it stumbles and rights itself.
Of course. Zombies!
As he casts the spell Zengaya. Let me double check what this is gonna do.
This is great because as a D&D idiot, I have no idea what that spell is.
I think that's a made up spell, my dudes. I've never heard of it.
This
It's
is
the beautiful thing
one
about
of the mythos spells. We're
I don't know what
officially in the Cthulhu Mythos book.
Oh shit!
Yeah, the King in Yellow. Little spoiler alert. He's a guy. He's a figure from a book that Lovecraft took inspiration from.
Yes.
For his
Yeah,
stories.
he's a great old one.
We've discussed this.
Yeah, we've had this.
I did some Googling. He drives people insane if you read the book, but people keep reading the book.
Actually.
Yes.
And the body stands back up, and Mr. Lacroix will kind of step back away from it a little bit, and he'll just kind of smile at you.
Fuck this guy.
And we'll pick up next session as you try to square off against Mr. Lacroix and his new undead servant.